Testing 1, 2, 3, testing.
From his album An Innocent Man, here is Billy Joel and Uptown Girl.
Coverage of the North Platte FNBO Nationals starts now. Home and away radio coverage only from FM 98.1 and 1410 AM. And watch live on your TV on demand at northplattepost.com. Just click on live streams. Now here's the voice of the senior FNBO Nationals, Paxton Gordon.
Hey everybody, welcome into FNBO night at Bill Wood Field. A very extremely hot and windy Bill Wood Field. Juniors are back home here today before they head on the road tomorrow to Columbus for a doubleheader, and then they go back on the road for a tournament starting on Friday. So they're taking on Kearney here today in the junior game. As I said earlier, it's FNBO night, so both teams will be back here for today's game. Seniors game scheduled around 7:30 when it comes to first pitch against Kearney. Juniors, though, here taking on the Runza Kearney in their juniors as all the handshakes have gotten underway. Now, last time you've heard my voice and everybody, it was about 2 weeks ago, and so far 2 weeks has been an extremely, extremely long time. That is no kidding on that front. It has been an extremely long time since you have last heard myself as well as the FNBO Nationals juniors and seniors. We did the juniors last week. They were against Grand Island, unfortunately losing both games, 20-0 in game number 1, and then losing 8-0 in game number 2. Now, those games were a tale of two games, to be real. Fortunately, in the first game, it was a tough outing for Easton Geisler. Geisler, unfortunately, given up, I believe at the time, 15 runs through his couple of innings of work. And then in game number 2, much more better holding of down the fort. Really, the big difference in that second game was actually the errors that the Nationals were able to, I wouldn't say produce, but able to cut down on. Yes, they lost 8-0, but overall, it was a much more solid and clean and crisp game from this junior team. Again, just like with the seniors, a very young team trying to learn their way through it. And with a team like that, just like the seniors, you got to let them go through it. You got to let them get through the teething process and the growing pain before they get to the real big challenges for either side. But as we get almost ready here for the start of this ball game, it's going to be interesting to see a couple of the keys that I have written down here on the side of the juniors of FNBO Nationals. Again, cut down on the errors. Do not force anything to make a big play. It's all about the fundamentals. If they are able to keep that consistent, not make bad decisions, not force certain plays just to get that final out, or to be kind of play some hero ball, that will lead to some great success. Because we've seen, again, this juniors team, if they're able to cut down on the mistakes, they can stay in this game and stay very competitive. On the side when it comes to the offense, let it come to you. Yes, the pitcher do not try to reach for anything. Do not try to go out of your way to, just like on the defensive side, have hero ball. So, because of that, don't want to do it. So, we'll take a quick little break. We come back, we will give you starting lineups and probably the start of the game right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on northplattepost.com.
A man, a worker he was, drove an old Chevy just because. Worked real hard on assembly lines, picking his way to retirement time. Pete's old Chevy one day went clunk. Pete says, "Ma, that truck is junk." Ma said, "Better head Bridge Street way, 'cause we need a new truck and we need it today." They come to Bridge Street with $1,000. Pete drove away in a clean old truck. The story for Nebraska folk, Bridge Street Auto ain't no joke. Bridge Street where great deals reside, 'cause our motto's always been, if you work, you ride.
Your home is the one place where everything should be perfect, including your air. A little preventive maintenance can spot problems before they pop up and might even help lower your utility bills. Don't wait till you're sweating in the summer heat to think about your air conditioning and heating pumps. Call Hanson Plumbing and Heating today to schedule your maintenance checks. It's as easy as picking up the phone to stay cool this summer. Call Hanson's 534-5020. Hanson's Plumbing and Heating of North Platte.
How would you like to get a warranty on a used car, truck, or SUV? When you purchase a qualified pre-owned vehicle at Premier Toyota in North Platte, it comes with a 6-month or 6,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. 6-month or 6,000 miles, whichever comes first. That is totally awesome when you are buying a pre-owned vehicle. Stop out and talk to the friendly staff at Premier Toyota, just south of I-80 today. Take a test drive and get a warranty on qualified pre-owned vehicles. Let's go places.
Go where the herd goes with the fast, durable Kubota Sidekick, featuring a gas-powered engine that delivers a top speed of 40 miles per hour, best-in-class acceleration and handling with cargo, and the strength to haul what needs hauling, all backed by a 2-year, 1,000-hour warranty. Herd cattle, mend fences, and get every job done right with the Kubota Sidekick. Visit your local Kubota dealer today. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
See the full line of Kubota products at your North Platte Kubota on South Highway 83 or online at npkubota.com.
Welcome, everybody, back here. It is now almost the start of the game, top of the first inning. Let's go through the starting lineup, starting with Kearney. Garrison Burns will be leading off, playing shortstop. Tyson Cabela at second base. Bryce Anderson at first. Cole Throckmorton playing catcher. Bo Scala in right field. Rhett Mundorf at third base. Ridge Jackson will be pitching today on the side of Kearney. Jake Hansen at left field with Jace Blattner in center field for Kearney. Then on the side of the FNBO Nationals junior team, Ty Hanneborg leading off, playing shortstop. Ray Smorky playing left field. Tyler Townsend center field. Dean McIntyre playing catcher. Easton Geisler at third. Cole Jones at right field. Tommy Haggard on the mound today for the juniors. Cade Freeze playing first base. And then rounding out the lineup today is going to be Davis Winter on the side of the Nationals for the junior team. Beautiful. Well, it's subjective when it comes to the beauty of today. It is nice and sunny. There is a couple clouds in the area, but overall, it is quite hot. It is a little bit too toasty if you had to ask not just myself, but everybody here in the press box and outside. So now, as we get ready to start off this game, leading off going to be Garrison Burns on the side of Kearney Runza. He'll be up first, then Tyson Cabela, and then Bryce Anderson for the side of Kearney. And then following this game at 7:30 will be the seniors game. Here comes the first pitch in from Haggard into Burns. Should be in there for strike number one. Very off to a good start for Haggard. Wind blowing towards the left field side now. It was kind of blowing directly into center field and into the press box, but right now pushing towards the left field third base side as next pitch is down on the dirt to Burns for ball number one. 1 ball and 1 strike here in the top of the first inning. Here comes the pitch. That one is a slow roller on over to third. Be gloved on the side by Geisler on to first. It's going to pull off. Freeze from the first base bag. That's going to have Burns roll all the way out into second. So what was a nice single turning into now a double following the error.
Second baseman, number 2, Tyson Cabela.
Tyson Cabela on now to hit for Kearney with a runner at second base being Garrison Burns. Following Cabela, it's going to be Bryce Anderson and then Cole Throckmorton. Haggard's first pitch is low in the dirt for ball number 1. 1-0 the count now. 0-0 the score here in the top of the first inning. Here comes the 1-0. That one low and in for strike number 1 to Cabela. One error already to the name of the Nationals here, with a runner at second base being Garrison Burns. That one swung on. It's going to be in and out of the glove of Geisler. He picks it up and can't have the play on over at first. So with that now, runner at first and second base here for Kearney. Was a nice strong hit towards the third base side. Geisler had his glove on it, just bounced right out So that's the first hit recorded. Now that's going to bring up Bryce Anderson for Kearney. Runner at second and first. Here comes the pitch, first one in, and that one's going to hit on the back, Bryce Anderson. So now the bases are loaded here. With nobody out here in the top of the first inning, that's now going to bring up Cole Throckmorton. Runners on every base pad. Burns at third, Cabela at second, and then Bryce Anderson at first. Haggard delivers the first pitch. That one's in the dirt. Good pickup from McIntyre. That one took a nasty bounce, but he was able to pick it up and grab it for ball number 1, though. Following Throckmorton, Bo Scala, and then Brett Mundorf. The pitch from Haggard, that one's going to be hit on over to Hanneborg, on to second. They can't get it on to first in time. They will record the first out, but that is a sacrifice out from Throckmorton as the first run of the game will go in. So now we have runners at the corners for Bo Scala. 1 out here. It's 1-0 lead for Kearney as we have time at the plate. From the umpires, I think we're going to have a courtesy runner coming on, and we will have a courtesy runner for Throckmorton.
I think it was 14. 14.
Courtesy runner number 14, Chase Coates.
As Coates is going to get almost out, as Coates was off the bag.
Our first baseman wasn't paying attention.
Haggard threw it on over to Freeze, but Freeze couldn't turn around in time to get the tag on Coates, so he'll stay safe at first. Still runners at the corners with 1 out here, 1-0 lead for Kearney. Haggard's pitch, swing, and a miss from Scala for the first strike of the at-bat. Here comes the 0-1. As that one gets in there, strike number 2. Good back-to-back pitches from Tommy Haggard. And now it's 0-2 with 1 out. Looking to minimize the damage already being done with a runner in scoring position, Cabela at third. The pitch. That one drilled to center field. Onwards comes Townsend. He collects it for the second out. He's going to try to get it thrown home. It'll get to the cutoff man, Haggard. So 1 run will come across, but another fly out. So Cabela comes in. It's now 2-0 here with 2 outs in the top of the first inning, but now comes up Rhett Mundorf. Haggard looking to get out of this inning, only giving up 2 runs. Runner at first base goes. That's going to be a slow one on over to Hanneborg. Unfortunately, Hanneborg was coming in for a late shift on over to the bag, and because of that, ball went right to his previous position, so that allows a base hit up the middle. Now 2 on with 2 out here in the second inning, or excuse me, in the first inning. It's 2-0 lead. That now brings up Rich Jackson. Haggard glances on over at second and now delivers the first pitch. Swung on, popped up, drifting towards foul territory, and will fall harmlessly to the ground. Strike number 1. Following Jackson, Jake Hansen, and then Jace Blattner. That's 8-9, and then they'll go back to the top of the order. Here comes the 0-1 from Haggard. Swung on, foul down the third base side. It's strike number 2 now. 2 men on here for Kearney here in the top of the first inning. 2-0 lead. 2 runs on 1 hit, no errors. Nationals junior team, no run, no hits, 1 error early on. Haggard glances at second. Here comes the 0-2. Off speed, that's high and tight. Outside the zone, ball number 1. 2 outs here, looking for that final out to get out of this inning. Only giving up 2 runs, which would have been, with the way it started, a much better ending. Here comes Haggard's 1-2. That's in there. Strike three. Struck him out looking, and that'll end the top of the first inning. It was a good recovery from Haggard to only give up 2 runs on 1 hit. We now head to the bottom of the first inning. Nationals trailing Kearney 2-0.
Planning a special event, whether it be a wedding, concert, sporting event, convention, or anything else, the DNN Event Center can handle it all. The DNN Event Center is the biggest event center in North Platte. This building is perfectly suited for anything from small gatherings to major events. Rent just one small room or book the entire facility. The choices are endless at the DNN Event Center, your home for exciting events, special moments, and precious memories. Call today to make your reservation at 534-0255.
At Mid-Plains Community College, we see it. Your drive to make a difference. Chart your own path. Create your own future. Through our diverse health occupation programs, the career you're considering is waiting for you. You can provide comfort, save lives, be a hero in your community. Your path at MPCC is limitless. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see you. We are MPCC.
Welcome back here. It is the fortified group, bottom of the first inning. You can check out Kevin McGann and the fortified group at his new location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As I said, it is the bottom of the first. Nationals junior team currently trailing Kearney Runza 2-0. 2 runs on 1 hit and no errors for Kearney. And, of course, here in the bottom of the first, so no runs, still no hits, and 1 error to the name of the Nationals junior team. On the mound, Ridge Jackson for Kearney with first up Ty Hanneborg, then followed up on deck with Race Morkey and Tyler Townsend in the hole for the Nationals. Here on FNBO night, giving out free, I wouldn't say free, but giving out root beer floats with your free will donation. So I know coming down and watching baseball on this beautiful Wednesday is a great factor to come on down, but get yourself also root beer floats. So that's pretty nice here. So Jackson up to pitch now with Ty Hanneborg at the plate. That one is popped up foul for strike number 1 to Hanneborg.
Come on now, straighten one out.
0-1 is the count now to Hanneborg as they step out the plate, and he's looking to get refocused in. 2-0 the early lead here for Kearney. Here comes Jackson's 0-1. That one in there. Strike number 2. 0-2 count now to Hanneborg. As Jackson gets the sign, gets set and delivers the 0-2. That one, check swing. They're going to say Hanneborg went around, striking out for the first out of the inning. Here, bottom of the first. Again, thank you to our premier sponsors, the DNN Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. Hanson Plumbing and Heating as well. Premier Toyota, Lindemeyer Law Office, as well as Stephen Rhodes with Farmers Insurance, as Race Morkey now checks in for his first at-bat of the night. The first pitch from Jackson is high and away, ball number 1. Following Morkey, Tyler Townsend, and then Dean McIntyre. Here comes the 1-0. That one low and away, ball number 2. 2 balls and no strikes to Morkey. Again, kind of keys to the game. Let the pitcher come to them. He's already down 0-2. This would be a nice pitch if it goes down for Morkey. That was a swing and a miss. Strike number 1. That was a good look. Had the right idea, just a little ahead of it. So it's 2-1 now with 1 out. Here in the bottom of the first inning. The 2-1 from Jackson. Woo, that one outside of once more. Ball number 3. 3 balls and 1 strike to Morkey. Rich Jackson's 3-1. Swing and a miss from Morkey again. That one, again, another good identification of what was coming. Just couldn't connect with it. So now it's a full count. 1 out here, bottom of the first inning. Nationals trailing 2-0. The 3-2. Low and away, ball number 4. Morkey's going to walk his way on over to first. So with one out, juniors, FNBO Nationals junior team has a runner at first, and it's Race Morkey. So Tyler Townsend now up to bat. If you remember a couple of games ago against Grand Island, had himself a pair of hits, went 3 for 4 in his appearances. First pitch from Jackson is once more low and away, ball number 1. Runner at first base is Morkey. Jackson's going to throw on over to first. They're going to say Morkey got back in time. It was pretty close, but lucky for Morkey to get back. So it's still 1 out here. Runner at first base. Townsend up to bat, facing a 1-0 count. Jackson glances at first, gets set, now delivers the 1-0. That one sneaks in, strike number 1. Following Townsend, Dean McIntyre, and then Easton Geisler. So the 1-1, Jackson delivers. There goes Morkey, swing and a miss from Townsend. That one's in the dirt. It bounces away from Throckmorton. And with that, Morkey's going to get into second with a steal. And the count now pushes Jackson glances and delivers the pitch. That one is fouled. One and two with 1 out. The runner at second being Morkey. Jackson glances at second and delivers the 1-2. Fouled once again from Townsend. So still going to stay at 1 and 2. Knowing this Nationals team, they're very aggressive on the base pad. Not just the senior team, but also the junior team when given the effort. That one swung onto the third baseman's glove. Mundorf, he loses it. And with that, that's going to be an infield single. Mundorf had it in his glove, but Townsend hit a rocket over to him. And he could not hold on to it, so because of that, 2 on here. 2 on with 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Morkey at second, Townsend at first to bring in Dean McIntyre. Ridge Jackson delivers the first pitch to McIntyre. Swing and a miss for strike number 1. One out here. Bottom of the first inning. 0-1 the count. 2 runners on. Nationals trailing 2-0. Jackson glances on over at second and delivers the 0-1. Swing and a miss from Morkey now. 0-2 the count.
So if so, then Chuck must have came in and deleted them, but like I'm showing you, that one folder should have them all.
So now with that, Jackson throws on over to second in time to get the second out as Morkey was a little too far off the base pad. And so there are now 2 outs here. In the bottom of the first inning, count is 0-2 to Dean McIntyre with Tyler Townsend on over at first. Jackson glances on over at first, gets set, and now delivers the 0-2. Swing and a miss from McIntyre, and that'll do it for the bottom of the first inning. Nationals were looking like to be in a good spot, but a couple of mistakes on the base pad cost them there. We now head to the top of the second inning. Nationals currently trailing Kearney Runza 2-0 here, top of the second.
It's time for a checkup. We all need one every now and then to ensure that things are running smoothly. Your home or farm's electrical wiring is no different. If it's been more than 10 years since your electrical system was checked, it's time to contact your electrician. Telltale signs include dim or flickering lights, a burning smell, or smoke. Schedule a checkup today to help prevent an electrical fire tomorrow. This message is brought to you by Dawson Public Power District. You can count on us.
The days of internet contracts and heavy fine print are over. It's time to experience hassle-free service with no contracts or hidden fees. That's the Allo promise. Allo Communications provides fiber internet, TV, and phone services with fair and no-nonsense pricing. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee, 24/7 local support 365 days a year, and a monthly bill you can count on. Don't settle for gimmicks. Settle for hassle-free with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/hassle-free.
FNBO Nationals American Legion Baseball on 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center.
Welcome, everybody, to FNBO night here on a hot but very nice and beautiful Wednesday afternoon into evening. Currently, right now, Kearney leads 2-0 over the FNBO Nationals junior team. 2 runs on 1 hit and no errors for the Nationals. For Kearney, no runs, no hits, and 1 error on the side of the FNBO Nationals junior team. So next up to bat on the side of Kearney is going to be Jake Hansen. Following Hansen, Jace Blattner, and then Garrison Burns in the hole for Kearney Runza. Still on the mound for the Nationals, Tommy Haggart. Haggart gets the sign from McIntyre and looks to deliver the first pitch. In there, strike number 1. First pitch, 1 strike to Hansen from Haggart. Here comes out the 0-1. That one is swung on over to third, bounced out of the glove of Geisler, and will not be in time. That was a close play on over at first. Looked like, from my observation, it was close enough. I think he got him out, but umpire says he made it safely on over to first base, so with that, a leadoff single. See, we're playing as that passed a ball. Advances the runner, Hansen, on over to second. So now it's a 1-0 count. Hansen at second with Blattner up to bat. Haggart delivers. Swung on over to Geisler at third. He gloves it. On over to first. He'll get there in time for out number 1. Freed's going to throw it on to third. Not in time. So with that, Blattner gets thrown out at first base, but on over to third goes Hansen. So with 1 out now, runner at third base is Hansen to bring up Garrison Burns, who's 1 for 1 with a single in his first appearance. That one has just been outside for ball number 1. Hansen at third in scoring position for Kearney. They currently have a 2-0 lead over the Nationals junior team. Tommy Haggart still on the mound. Glances over at third base and delivers the 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1 now the count to Burns. Here in the top of the second inning. Thank you to our sponsors today, North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center, as well as Larry's Glass, Hansen Plumbing and Heating, and Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair. As that off-speed falls in, strike number 2 from Haggart. 1-2 the count now to Burns. With Jake Hansen on over at third base. Here comes the 1-2 from Haggart. Down in the dirt, it gets away from McIntyre, but not far enough to advance the runner, so it's 2-2 the count. 2-2 with 1 out here, top of the second inning. Runner at the scoring position for Kearney with Burns up to bat. Comes the 2-2. That one popped up on over to Winter at second, but it's going to be brought in and caught by the outfielder Cole Jones on to home. Not in time as it just pulled McIntyre off the bag. So the runner will score, but now without number 2. So that's out number 2, but the runner at third scored. So now it's a 3-0 lead for Kearney, but now up to bat Tyson Cabela. Cabela 1 for 1 with a single. Two outs right now is the call. 3 runs on 2 hits for Kearney. No runs on no hits and 1 error for the Nationals. That pitch from Haggard is in for strike number 1. So Haggard likes a sign. He gets from McIntyre and winds up for the 0-1. Swung on, slow roller on over to Hanneborg short, gloves it on to first, in time for out number 3. So that ends the top of the second inning. 1 run, though, does come across and advances the lead for Kearney. Now 3-0. We'll head to a fortified group, bottom of the second inning here. Don't you turn that dial. More action here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Get a great deal on Kubota M-Series utility tractors. Our powerful, versatile lineup is built to do it all. So whether you need to mow, rake, stack, lift, or pull, get it done right with Kubota M-Series utility tractors. Right now, get Kubota M-Series utility tractors for 0 down and 0% APR for 60 months, plus save up to $3,000. Now through June 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
See the full line of Kubota products at your North Platte Kubota on South Highway 83 or online at npkubota.com.
America loves fast. We want it fast like Uber and internet. We want it fast like the food that you will regret. Oh, no, not slow like the birthday card from Grandma. Go to Bridge Street, get a car real fast. It won't be long till you're burning gas. Like Susie Brown, Mary, and Pete. Bridge Street Auto gets you off your feet. So get to Bridge Street where fast deals reside. Our motto is, if you work, you ride. Remember, it's not how fast a car you buy, it's how you buy a car fast.
Welcome to a fortified group, bottom of the second inning. Check out Kevin McGann in the fortified group at his new location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as Easton Geisler is now up to bat for the Nationals junior team. Following that Geisler, Cole Jones on deck with Tommy Haggard in the hole. Ridge Jackson still on the mound. Currently up to 17 total pitches here. Here comes the first pitch from Jackson. Swung on, driven into left field. He'll fall in for a base hit. A leadoff single, first pitch swinging from Easton Geisler for the first hit of the night for the Nationals. So Cole Jones now up to bat with a runner at first being Geisler. Nationals trailing 3-0, 3 runs on 2 hits for Kearney, no runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. Here comes Jackson's pitch. That one's in there, strike number 1. It's Cole Jones. Pitch on over to first to get Geisler back, but he gets back in time. So still nobody out here in the fortified group, bottom of the second inning. Thank you to our premier sponsors today, North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one's in the dirt, but doesn't get away from Throckmorton for ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike into Cole Jones. Then comes Tommy Haggard on deck with Cade Freeze in the hole. Jackson on over to first, but Geisler's able to get back in time. So a 1-1 count still, with runner at first being Geisler. Jackson does not like the signs he's getting from Throckmorton, but now does. gets set and delivers the 1-1. That one gets away from Throckmorton, so with that, Geisler's going to make his way into second on the wild pitch. So now the count is 2-1 to Jones, with the runner at second being Geisler. He had a very hot day outside. With the wind still pushing out towards into center field, the pitch fouled to the netting. That's strike number 2. So nobody out here, bottom of the second inning, a fortified group, bottom of the second inning with Cole Jones up to bat. 2-2 is the count to him. Kearney leading 3-0. Jackson gets set, glances at second, and now delivers the 2-2. That one is popped up, drifting on over. Jackson gets under it, actually does not, because it's called off, and Mundorf goes under it for the first out of the inning. Jones got caught up on the curveball, was expecting maybe a fastball, so he swung early and was a little ahead of it. And with that, he popped it up for out number 1. So Tommy Haggard now up to bat with 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. 3-0 the lead. Jackson glances at second and delivers the first pitch. That one is fouled behind the netting. Strike number 1. Jackson glances at second. Once more, delivers the 0-1. Fouled off the bat of Haggard for strike number 2. 0-2 the count to Tommy Haggard. National still trailing 3-0 here. Runner at second base being Easton Geisler. Here comes the 0-2. That one is fouled once more. Still staying at 2-2 the count. One out here, bottom of the second inning. Rich Jackson glances at second and now delivers the 0-2. That one is inside for ball number 1. 1-2 now the count to Haggard with Cade Freeze on deck and Davis Winter in the hole. Glancing at second is Jackson, the 1-2. Off speed, swung on and missed from Haggard. Strike number 3, and that's out number 2 here in the bottom of the second inning. Nationals trailing 3-0 as Cade Freeze up to bat now. Goes number 8 hitter, then Winter at 9, and then Ty Hanneborg leading offs. So we're going to go back to the top of the order if we make it that far. Here, 2 outs. Jackson on over to second. Geisler gets back in time. Two outs here. Jackson glances at second. He delivers the first pitch to Freeze. Down low for ball number 1. Here in a fortified group, bottom of the second inning, Nationals trailing 3-0. Jackson delivers the 1-0. That one is a single right back to the glove of the pitcher Jackson for out number 3. And with that, ends the inning. Nationals had a runner in scoring position, but couldn't convert, so we head now to the top of the third inning. FNBO Nationals junior team trailing Kearney Runza 3-0.
When your feet hurt, they are trying to tell you something. Listen to them. Dr. Rascott and Dr. Ray specialize in foot and ankle pain. Whether it be a sports injury or just painful feet, let their expertise get you back on your feet and doing activities like you were before. The doctors at Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialists help patients throughout western Nebraska and manage all aspects of the foot and ankle. No referrals needed. Call 532-3600 and rid your foot and ankle pain today.
What if you could drastically reduce your outrageous electric bill or eliminate it altogether? Roger at Panhandle Solar can make that dream a reality. Panhandle Solar has been installing solar electricity systems for over 10 years and putting thousands of dollars back in your pockets. Good for your wallet, great for the environment, and with a federal tax credit, more affordable than ever. Call Panhandle Solar 308-464-0462 for a free consultation on your home, farm, ranch, or business. That's Panhandle Solar 308-464-0462. Have a sunny day.
Welcome back here. Top of the third inning. Nationals trailing. Kearney runs a 3-0. 3 runs on 2 hits. No errors on the side of Kearney. Nationals, no runs on 1 hit, 1 error on their side, as still pitching on the side of the FNBO Nationals, Tommy Haggart. He is now facing Bryce Anderson, who was last up, hit by a pitch from Haggart. Following Anderson on deck, Cole Throckmorton and Bo Scala in the hole. First pitch from Haggart, swung on, and a miss from Anderson for strike number 1. Haggart up to 28 pitches. Here comes the 0-1. That one's low and away for ball number 1. 1-1 the count. Nobody out here. Top of the third inning. The 1-1. That off speed is outside for ball number 2. Thank you to our sponsors today, Langmeyer Heating and Cooling, as well as Larry's Glass, Premier Toyota, and Stephen Rhodes with Farmers Insurance. And thank you to our premier sponsors as that pitch once more outside, ball number 3. Thank you again to our premier sponsors, the Dean and Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. 3-1 the count to Bryce Anderson from Haggart, who delivers. That pitch outside, ball number 4, So with that, on over Anderson to first. That one was teetering on the edge of the strike zone, but just a bit too far out of it for a walk, as here comes Throckmorton up the bat. Haggart glances at first, now delivers. That pitch is low and outside the zone for ball number 1 to Throckmorton. Runner at first being Bryce Anderson. Here comes the next pitch. That one is popped up towards center field. Onwards comes Tyler Townsend. He gets under it and records the first out of the inning. So Anderson still staying on over at first, but now with 1 out brings up Bo Scala. Scala last time out was with a sacrifice fly to get a run home. Runner at first, Bryce Anderson. Haggart still on the mound. Delivers the first pitch. That off speed is low in the dirt. McIntyre's able to smother it, so it doesn't get away. 1-0 the count to Scala. Following Scala, Rhett Mundorf and then Ridge Jackson for Kearney. Here comes the 1-0. That one.
Davis, you take that back.
Inside, but called for a ball. 2 balls is the count to Scala. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. That one's in there for strike number 1. 2-1 now the count with 1 out to Scala. Runner at first, Bryce Anderson. Again, it's FNBO night, so root beer floats are available. Just needing a good free will donation to get one. That pitch to McIntyre, low and away for ball number 3. So a 3-1 count now from Haggart to Scala. The 3-1, that one is way up and away, ball 4. So with that, Scala is going to make his way on over to first. We now have runners at second and first for Kearney to bring up Rhett Mundorf, who singled. So right now, Haggard up to 39 total pitches, 23 strikes and 16 balls. And those 16 balls are not like they're way outside the zone. There's only a few off the top of my head that I can recount as a true ball. Some of these are just teetering on the edge of the strike zone. But he's right up there at 39 total pitches. Again, it's going to be a pretty grueling last couple of days here for the junior team. Heading out to Columbus tomorrow for a doubleheader, and then turning that right around into a 3-day tournament starting on Friday. So Haggard's still on the mound, runners at second and first. Second being Bryce Anderson, Scala at first for Mundorf. As that pitch is outside for ball number 1. 1-0 the count with 1 out here. Haggard delivers the 1-0. That one is way in the dirt. It gets away from McIntyre, and because of that, the base runners will advance on the passed up ball. So now runners at second and third with 1 out. It's ball number 2. Haggard still on the mound, and up to bat still Rhett Mundorf, who's 1 for 1 with a single. Here comes the 2-0. That pitch is high and away once more for ball number 3. 3-0 the count with 1 out, Top of the third inning. Nationals trailing 3-0 to Kearney. Haggard's 3-0. That one's in there for strike number 1. 3-1 is the count. Haggard waves off one, but likes this one. Glances the 3-1. That one's in there for strike number 2. Tommy Haggard has worked it back full now. 3-2. 3-2 with 1 out here. (3-2). Haggard glances at second and third and now delivers the full count pitch. That one's in the dirt. It's going to get away from McIntyre, but still good advance Mundorf on over to first. So bases are loaded with 1 out, bringing up Ridge Jackson. Jackson struck out swinging in his lone appearance tonight. But now Jackson has a good opportunity to bring some runs home for Kearney. Currently up 3-0, but the bases are loaded with 1 out. Haggard delivers. That one is popped up, going on over to left field. Morkey's going to get under it. He'll grab it for the first out, and he'll throw it home. It's going to get over that ridge of Morkey, but because of some uncertainty at the third base line, no run will come home, but that does record out number 2. Morkey with the catch in left field. Now 2 outs here with the bases loaded, bringing now up Jake Hansen, who's 1 for 1 with a single. Following Hansen, Jace Blattner, and then Garrison Burns for Kearney. 3-0 lead, currently where we sit for Kearney. Haggard's pitch, swung on, and it'll get caught by Ty Hanneborg on over and short to end the inning. Great effort from Hanneborg to get it, and we now head to the bottom of the third inning. Nationals getting out of that sticky situation with the bases loaded, still trailing though 3-0.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. I'm Farmer's Agent Stephen Rhodes. I can help you understand your options so we can prepare for whatever the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. To learn more, call me, Farmer's Agent Stephen Rhodes, at 308-534-9050. Find out how I can help you protect the things that matter most.
We are farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
At Mid-Plains Community College, we see it. Your drive to make a difference. Chart your own path. Create your own future. Through our diverse applied tech programs, if the career you're considering is waiting for you, you can work with your hands, bring an engine to life, be the one people rely on. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see you. We are MPCC.
FNBO Nationals American Legion Baseball on 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center.
Welcome to a fortified group, bottom of the third inning. You check out Kevin McGann and the fortified group at his new location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. And also thank you to our premier sponsors, the D&N Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. As up to bat now is Davis Winter, as there's a now sort of shift towards the right field side. So now Winter swings on and strikes for strike number one as he fouled it off his bat here in the bottom of the third inning. Nationals trailing 3-0. Here comes the 0-1 from Jackson. That one is swung and fouled again at the plate for strike number 2 to Winter. Following Winter, Ty Hanneborg and then Race Morkey. 0-2 the count. Jackson up to 32 total pitches. Here comes then that 0-2. Swung on and missed from Winter for strike number 3 and the first out of the inning. So now that brings up Ty Hanneborg, who was 0 for 1, struck out swinging in his first appearance.
Number 2, Ty Hanneborg.
Wind kind of dying down, but still blowing in from center field. Here comes the first pitch from Jackson. That one is way slow and hits the ground. Ball number 1. Again, Hanneborg 0 for 1 with the strikeout swinging in his first appearance this evening. Here comes now the 1-0. That one, check swing, but that is high for ball number 2. It's now 2-0 the count. Jackson delivers. That one slides in for strike number 1. No action in the bullpen at the moment on the side of Kearney. Still hold on to a 3-0 lead. 3 runs on 2 hits and no errors. Here comes then the 2-1. That one's in there for strike number 2, just on the edge down low. So it's a 2-2 count with 1 out to Race Morkey. Excuse me, to Hanneborg. Don't know what my mind was going through on that one. Now the 2-2 from Jackson. Slow roller on over to third, gloved on the side by Mundorf. And in time to record out number 2. Good contact from Hanneborg. Just right over to the third baseman, Mundorf, for out number 2. And with that, now it brings up Race Morkey. So Morkey up to bat, walked in his last appearance for the juniors. FNBO National Juniors. Jackson's first pitch to him. In the dirt, it's going to fly past Throckmorton, though, for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0 count from Jackson. That one's in there. Strike number 1. 1-1 now the count. 2 outs. Bottom of the third inning, following Morkey, Tyler Townsend, and then Dean McIntyre. There's the 1-1. That fastball is outside for ball number 2. The pitch swung on and missed from Morkey. It's now strike number 2. 2-2 the count to him. 2-2 with 2 outs. Rich Jackson gets the sign from Throckmorton. Sets and now delivers. That one just low and outside. It's now worked full to Morkey. 3-2. 3-2-2. Kearney still holding on to a 3-0 lead. Here comes the full count pitch. Popped up, and that is going to drift out of play. Foul. Jackson once more with the full count pitch. That one is high and away, and Morkey for the second straight at bat will walk on his way to first. So now that's going to bring up Tyler Townsend. Singled in his appearance.
You're up, Trevor. You're in.
So on over at first is Morkey. Yeah, I'll do one. So runner at first being Morkey. The pitch from Jackson swung on and popped up from Townsend, foul. Strike number one. FNBO night, so if you come on down to watch the beautiful baseball, you can also give a free will donation and get a root beer float. Rich Jackson glances on over at first. Delivers now, actually the pitch out on over to first, but Morkey's able to get back in time. Townsend, so far with his single, 2 on the day for the Nationals. Looking to advance another one. That pitch gets away from Throckmorton, and with that, Morkey's going to get on over to second on the passed up ball. So now the count does fall to 1-1. 2 outs here. Now Morkey on over at second. A nice deep single from Townsend could bring the run home. Ridge Jackson glances at second. Now the 1-1. That one's in there. Strike number 2. It was low in the zone, but squeaked its way in. It's now 1-2 with 2 outs here. Jackson glances at second. And now, here comes the 1-2. That one just low for ball number 2 outside the zone. 2-2 with 2 outs here. And the 2-2. Swung on, fouled. So it's still going to stay at 2-2 to Townsend. Following Tyler Townsend, Dean McIntyre, and then Easton Geisler. Jackson gets the sign from Throckmorton. And now once more the 2-2. Off speed gets Townsend down swinging for strike number 3, and that'll end the bottom of the 3rd inning. We now head to the top of the 4th inning. Nationals trailing at the moment 3-0.
I had questions about solar power, so I called the professionals at Panhandle Solar, and I'm glad I did. By having solar panels installed, I increased my home's value, dramatically cut my electricity bill, and it's good for the planet. Yes, installing solar panels is the only investment that I know of that pays you back while saving you money. Call Roger at Panhandle Solar, 308-464-0462. Call today to take advantage of the tax credit that ends soon, 464-0462. Have a sunny day.
With lots of new and pre-owned vehicles, Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte is ready to help you get into the ride you've been dreaming of. Whether you want to buy or lease, find out for yourself what an enjoyable experience it is to do business with the staff at Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota also offers the Toyota Cares maintenance plans. Test drive a new Toyota today and like them on Facebook for what's new. Let's go places. Premier Toyota in North Platte.
Welcome back to the top of the 4th inning. Nationals currently trailing right now 3-0 to Kearney Runza. 3 runs on 2 hits and no errors. No runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the FNBO Nationals junior team. As now up to bat on the side of Kearney is going to be Jace Blattner. Following Blattner, Garrison Burns, and then Tyson Cabela. So Haggard is still on the mound. We do have a pitcher warming up on the side of Kearney, and I'd assume probably the same for the Nationals on the other side. Here comes the first pitch from Haggard. Swung on over, and into the outfield for a leadoff single. First pitch swinging from Blattner. So we have one runner on with nobody out here. So now, following Blattner's single, back to the top of the order with Garrison Burns. His swing into the outfield, another first pitch swinging single. So with that, two runners are on the base pads here. Top of the fourth inning on two pitches.
Burns to first with a single. Up the bat, second baseman, number 2, Nahela.
Haggard's pitch to Cabela as it's fouled off of his bat. Strike number 1. Again, trying to sacrifice a bunt. Both runners one base pad further to get them into scoring position. Oh, and 1 the count. Following Cabela, Bryce Anderson, and Cole Throckmorton. Here comes that pitch. It's outside, ball number 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here in the top of the fourth inning. Thank you to our premier sponsors for today, North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center, as well as Langmeyer Heating and Cooling in North Platte, as they are a proud sponsor of the FNBO Nationals and Legion Baseball, as that pitch so for dependable service you can trust Langmeyer. As that pitch is in there for strike number 2, 1-2 the count now. To Cabela. Haggard glances at second, the 1-2. Off speed, will get into the outfield for a base hit. That'll probably load the bases as Jones's cutoff throw will stop the runner at third. So with that, a single into the right field side. Bases are now loaded with nobody out, as that's going to bring up then Bryce Anderson, hit by a pitch and walked in his 2 appearances this evening. Still top of the fourth inning. Nobody out. Bases loaded. Haggard up to 53 pitches. Delivers. His off speed is high and away to Anderson for ball number 1. Following Anderson, Cole Throckmorton and Bo Scala. The pitch, that one is popped up, drifting towards Cole Jones in right field. He'll collect it, and he will throw on to home. Pitch will get there, but it's going to pull McIntyre off the pad. So 1 run will come home on a sacrifice fly to right field. So now we have runners at the corners. So Cole Throckmorton up to bat, 1 for 2, a single and a fly out. He has runners at the corners now with 1 out. It's now 4-0 lead for Kearney. 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors, compared to the no runs on 2 hits and 1 error for the Nationals. That pitch from Haggard, low and away. The throw on over to second will not be in time, so Cabela steals second. So it's a 1-0 count to Throckmorton with 1 out. Runners at second and third in the top of the fourth inning. The pitch. That one is fouled off the bat of Throckmorton for strike number 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. And thank you to our premier sponsors for today, the D&N Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. 1-1 is the count to Throckmorton. Haggard's pitch. Outside for ball number 2. Thank you as well to our sponsors, Hanson Plumbing and Heating, Premier Toyota, as well as Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair. The pitch. 2-0 is down in the dirt for ball number 3. 3-1, the count. One out here, top of the 4th inning. Runners in scoring position for Kearney, 3rd and 2nd. The 3-1. Down to the dirt, ball 4. Throckmorton's going to walk his way on over to first. Now the bases are loaded. So with that, it's going to bring up Bo Scala. As out comes Coach Herrig, and that'll probably do it for Haggard here today. Scala up to bat. He sacrificed fly in his first at-bat and then walked in the next one. So giving up 4 runs through his 3 2/3 innings of work goes, I would assume, Haggard, but maybe the coach going to give him one more chance. And they are going to give Haggard one more opportunity, or a couple more, I assume, as he's back on the mound. He brings up now Bo Scala. Following Scala, Rhett Mundorf, and then Ridge Jackson for Kearney. Bases are loaded. Burns at 3rd, Cabela at 2nd, and then Throckmorton at 1st. The pitch from Haggard swung on and fouled to the netting for strike number 1 to Scala. Haggard glances at 3rd and 2nd, and now with the 0-1. That pitch is in there, strike number 2. That talk from Coach Herrig really gets Haggard rocking and rolling. He's now up 0-2 right now at this at-bat with 1 out to Scala, who's up to bat. Haggard gets set. The 0-2. Off speed's going to hit in the back, Scala. So Tommy Haggard was up in the count. Unfortunately, hit Scala in the back, so another run comes across. It's now 5-0 here in the top of the 4th. The bases still loaded to bring up Rhett Mundorf, who's 1 for 1, a single and a walk in his appearances today. 5-0, 5 runs on 5 hits for Kearney. The pitch from Haggard, that one swung on, driven into center, left center field, will get into the gap. That will bring 1 run home, and it will bring 2 home. So with that, 2 runs come across following the single from Mundorf. So now it's 7-0 here in the still top of the 4th inning with 1 out, and with that, down goes Tommy Haggard to the bench. 64 total pitches, 37 strikes and 28 balls.
Ladies and gentlemen, pitcher for the juniors, number 7, Tommy Haggard.
As up to bat now, up to pitch. On the side of the FNBO juniors, number 11. I'm going to pull up his number here. So Caden Baker's up to bat for the, up to pitch. As it's Caden Baker up then. Pitch for the Nationals junior team here in the top of the 4th inning. So Baker now up to pitch. 7-0 lead now for Kearney. 7 runs on 6 hits, no errors. Then no runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. So up to bat is Ridge Jackson for Kearney. He's 0 for 2. He struck out swinging and flew out. He has a runner at second and third, being Bo Scala at second, and then Rhett Mundorf on over at first. So Baker getting to see his first opponents this evening. Following Jackson, it's going to be Jake Hansen and then Jace Blattner. So, runner at second and first for Kearney. Baker delivers his first pitch. Titan inside, ball number 1. Wind now pushing towards the left field side, and still maybe a little bit directly in from center. Here comes the 1-0. In there, strike number 1 to Jackson. 1-1 the count. Still 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. 4 runs have come across for Kearney. They lead 7-0. Nationals having Caden Baker out now to bat. The 1-1. Swung on and fouled off the bat of Jackson. That's strike number 2. So now Baker in an advantageous position with a 1-2 count, 1 out, though has runners at second and first, being Scala and then Mundorf. Scala at second, Mundorf at first. The 1-2 from Baker. Off speed, almost hits Jackson for ball number 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Nationals junior team heading out to Columbus tomorrow for a doubleheader. The 2-2 from Baker. And the dirt ball 3. It's now a full count to Ridge Jackson, who again is 0 for 2, struck out swinging and flew out in his first 2 appearances. Baker likes what he sees from McIntyre and now delivers the 3-2. That one inside again, ball 4, and with that, bases are now loaded to bring up Jake Hansen with 1 out here. Top of the 4th inning.
Up to bat, number 13, left fielder, Hansen.
We have a courtesy runner on over. So, bases loaded to bring up Jake Hansen, who's 1 for 2. That first pitch swung on and missed. Hansen 1-2, a single and a flyout in his first 2 appearances this evening. Bases loaded, though. Here comes the 0-1 from Baker. Swung on, slow roller. It's going to bounce over the head and picked up on the side by Winter on over to second for the out. The 1 run does come across. It's now 8-0, but
Winter to second for out number 2. Scala crosses the plate for a run for Kearney.
so now 2 outs here.
Center fielder, Blattner.
Hansen and Mundorf at first and third. 2 outs to bring up Blattner. First pitch is going to get away from McIntyre, and because of that, it's going to advance the runner on over to second. Ball number 1 to Blattner.
2 outs in the top of the 4th.
2 outs here. It's now 8-0 the lead for Kearney in the top of the 4th inning. 1 ball inside to Blattner. The pitch. Swung on down the first base side, foul. Strike number 1. Thank you to our premier sponsors again today, the DNet Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. Also want to thank our other sponsors here today, Larry's Glass, Lindemeyer Law Office, and Premier Toyota. So runners at second and third, the 1-1. Almost hits Blattner for ball number 2. That one was mighty close. So 2-1 the count with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. It's an 8-0 lead for the Kearney Juniors. 2-1. High and away for ball 3. 3-1 now the count. 8 runs on 6 hits for Kearney. No runs on 2 hits and 1 error for the Nationals. Baker with the 3-1. Off speed behind Blattner. Ball number 4, so he'll walk his way on over to first. The bases are now loaded for Kearney. So Garrison Burns up to bat. He's 2 for 2 in his 3 appearances. A single, a sacrifice fly, and a single in his appearances this evening. Still hanging out on those 2 outs in this inning. Trying to find that elusive final out. As giving a talking to the infield and everybody, calm down. Caden Baker, 13 total pitches here in his relief effort. 8 balls and 5 strikes. He has Garrison Burns up to bat, looking to find that last out of the top of the 4th inning to head to the bottom of the 4th to at least give the Nationals a chance to bounce back and get out of the run rule they're currently situated in, 8-0. That doesn't go into effect until the 5th inning. So here comes the first pitch from Baker into Burns, is low in the dirt for ball number 1 with his fastball. Baker gets the sign in from McIntyre and delivers the 1-0. That one is popped up, drifting toward Geisler at third. He gets under it, and he'll get there to record the 3rd out of the inning. 5 runs, though, unfortunately, do come across for Kearney. They lead now 8-0. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning, where the Nationals are looking to bounce back, get a couple runs across to get out of the run rule where they currently sit at. It's 8-0. More action right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Hustler Turf commercial mowers are built tough to work hard. Whether you need a fleet of mowers or are a one-man show, you don't have time for downtime. Hustler mowers are over-engineered, overbuilt, and tested well beyond what's required. With the most complete lineup in the industry, including exclusives like a 104-inch Super 104, 88-inch stand-on, and industry-leading warranties. Hustler mowers are ready to handle what you throw at them. Build your fleet to be reliable and versatile with Hustler Turf. Find your next Hustler at Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair, 2220 Prospect Drive, North Platte.
A proven track record of success. It's what you expect, and that's what you get from Lindemeyer Law Office of North Platte. With more than 130 years of combined legal experience, the attorneys at Lindemeyer Law Office have handled it all with personalized and aggressive representation both in and out of the courtroom. Attorneys Robert Lindemeyer, Amanda Spikert, Kent Florum, Shantae Durham, and Kent Turnbull are ready. Having the right experience in court is critical. Call Lindemeyer Law Office at 308-534-6740 or visit flatrocklaw.com.
Welcome back to the Fortified Group, bottom of the 4th inning. Nationals currently trailing at the moment 8-0 as Dean McIntyre comes up to bat. I think we have a new pitcher on the mound. We do. It's Rhett Mundorf will be pitching for... will be pitching on the side of Kearney as they have an 8-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
We need rally caps. Flip your hat on back for the stroke.
8-0, McIntyre up to bat. Geisler up next with Cole Jones in the hole. The first pitch to McIntyre is outside for ball number 1. McIntyre's 0 for 1, struck out swinging in his first appearance. Here comes the 1-0. Swung on and missed for McIntyre for strike number 2. My gosh, Rhett Mundorf throwing some heat on those fastballs. Here comes then the 1-1. That one is fouled to the netting for strike number 2. Following McIntyre again, Easton Geisler, and then Cole Jones in the hole. That is 4, 5, and 6 at the moment. Here comes then the 1-2. Slow off speed will get into the outfield for a base hit. McIntyre sitting on that off speed, got what he wanted, singles it into left field for a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 4th inning, as have a courtesy runner coming in. Trayton Burke. Burke going to be pinched for courtesy running. So now up to bat comes Easton Geisler, 1 for 1 with a single. So Geisler has Burke on over at first. Mundorf delivers his pitch low in the dirt. Ball number 1 to Geisler. Mundorf glances at first, going to throw on over to first, but Burke gets back in time. So now, with a 1-0 count, Mundorf delivers. That pitch is check swing, down low again, ball number 2 to Geisler. 8-0 the lead on the side of Kearney. 8 runs on 6 hits versus the no runs on 2 hits. That ball's in there for strike number 1. Nationals, excuse me on that one. Nationals, no runs on 2 hits and 1 error. Here comes the 2-1. Low and away, ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike now to Geisler. Mundorf, 3-1. Swing and a miss from Geisler. Strike 2. It's now a full count, 3-2. Nobody out here bottom of the 4th inning. A fortified group, bottom of the 4th inning. Check out Kevin McGann in the fortified group at his new location. That pitch is outside ball 4. So with that, runners now at first and second for the Nationals here. Again, you can check out Kevin McGann at his new location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B for the fortified group. So now Cole Jones up to bat. Runners at second and first. Burke at second, and then Geisler at first. Nationals junior team looking to get a late rally started here. The pitch from Mundorf in strike number 1 to Jones. Following Cole Jones is going to be Tommy Haggart, and then Cade Freeze. It looks like we're going to have another pitcher warming up on the side of Kearney. Here comes the 0-1. Swung on, slow roller, going to get onto the second baseman. Burns. It'll get there at second for out number 1. But with that, runners advancing to the corners. So now we have Burke at third and Cole Jones at first. Now bringing up pitcher who came in last inning, Caden Baker. So now with 1 out, runners at the corner. Baker just needs a deep outfield fly to bring 1 run home for the Nationals. Mundorf Delivers. Runner goes on over to second. What a throw from Throckmorton is going to get Cole Jones easily out at second base. Man, Throckmorton with the absolute laser. Tags out Jones at second, so now there's 2 outs in this inning. Baker now in a 1-0 count with 2 outs. Mundorf delivers. That one is popped and fouled behind the netting for strike number 1. Thank you again to our premier sponsors for today, the D&N Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. Mundorf gets the sign from Throckmorton that he likes and delivers the 1-1. That pitch will get away from Throckmorton, so 1 run will come across, and it is the first run of the game for the Nationals junior team. Burke gets home following the wild pitch, so with that, Nationals now have 1 run across, so they're out of the danger zone for the moment of getting run ruled. It's 8-1 with Burke up to bat, 2-1 count to him. Make that 2-2 following the strike from Mundorf. In the bottom of the 4th inning, swing and a miss from Baker. He's going to run on over to first, but easily thrown out. That's the final out of this inning, though. 1 run did come across, so now we're at the top of the 5th inning. Nationals trailing now 8-1. 8 runs on 6 hits for Kearney. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 error on the side of the Nationals. We'll head for a quick break. We come back. More action right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Corner does not serve fast food. They serve good, fresh, homemade food. Delicious, fresh-baked cinnamon rolls, soup sandwiches, and the best salads in town. Don't forget the desserts and popcorn. Pop Corner in Westfield, open 9 to 5 Monday through Friday and 11 to 4 on Saturday. Delivery is available 11 to 2 Monday through Friday. You can order online at popcornernp.com and like them on Facebook for the daily specials. Pop Corner would like to thank you for your patronage.
Go where the herd goes with the fast, durable Kubota Sidekick, featuring a gas-powered engine that delivers a top speed of 40 miles per hour, best-in-class acceleration and handling with cargo, and the strength to haul what needs hauling, all backed by a 2-year, 1,000-hour warranty. Herd cattle, mend fences, and get every job done right with the Kubota Sidekick. Visit your local Kubota dealer today. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
See the full line of Kubota products at your North Platte Kubota on South Highway 83 or online at npkubota.com.
Welcome to the top of the 5th inning. Nationals trailing 8-1. Caden Baker still on the mound for the FNBO Nationals junior team. Top of the 5th. Nationals last inning got a run across, so they're out of the danger zone of getting run ruled for the moment. Have to put in a strong inning of pitching here to continue on. Next up, Tyson Cabela. 2 for 3, a single, a ground out, and a single. Following Cabela, it's going to be Bryce Anderson and then Cole Throckmorton for Kearney. 8 runs on 6 hits and no errors. 1 run on 3 hits and 1 error for the Nationals. Caden Baker still on the mound. 15 total pitches, 9 balls and 8 strikes for him. Baker gets set and delivers the first pitch. In the dirt, it will get away from McIntyre, but no one's on the bag, so let's go in for ball number 1. Again, following Cabela, it's going to be Bryce Anderson and then Cole Throckmorton. Baker gets set and delivers then the 1-0. Off speed finds its way in. Strike number 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Cabela, who's again 2 for 3 this evening. Here comes the 1-1. That pitch is in there yet again for strike number 2. 1-2 the count. Nobody out here. Top of the 5th inning. Baker doesn't like what he's getting from McIntyre, now likes it. Here comes the 1-2. That pitch is high and away, ball 3. Excuse me, ball 2, excuse me. 2-2 the count. Kearney still leading 8-1. Baker now delivers the 2-2. Swung on, and it'll get into the outfield for a leadoff single from Cabela. Actually got away from the outfielder and makes its way into a double now.
On second, up to bat, first baseman, number 18, Anderson.
So now up to bat then comes Bryce Anderson. He was hit by a pitch, he was walked, and then he sacrificed fly to the outfield. Now has a chance to advance the base runner once more, who's at second being Cabela. Following Anderson, Cole Throckmorton, and then Bo Scala. Baker glances at second, now delivers the first pitch to Anderson. That one is struck and driven well out to center field. Townsend's going to get under it. It'll get past Tyler Townsend, and that'll probably not bring home the run, as Townsend's good throw is able to stop Cabela at third. But that is a double to center field. So now with nobody out here in the top of the 5th inning, runners at third and second for Kearney. Anderson at second, Cabela on over at third. As we're going to have a courtesy runner coming up to run for Kearney, as now Cole Throckmorton's up to bat. He's 1 for 2, singled, flew out, and walked in his appearances this evening. Houston Arnold, courtesy running at second. Baker likes the sign from McIntyre. Delivers in the first pitch to Throckmorton. That one is swung and fouled down the third base side for strike number 1. Throckmorton looking to bring home some more runs for Kearney here in the top of the 5th inning. Here comes the 0-1. Swung on, slow roller. It'll bring 1 run home. The throw on over to first to freeze in time. So Cabela will score.
Out number 1, Cabela crosses the plate for the 9th run.
So that's now 9-1.
Up to bat, right fielder, number 17, Scala.
So now bringing up to bat comes Bo Scala. First pitch in the dirt from Baker for ball number 1. He's sacrificed flied, walked, and was hit by a pitch in his appearances this evening. Baker likes the sign for McIntyre, now delivers the 1-0. That pitch is high and away, ball 2. To Scala. The 2-0 pitch. Low and away, ball 3. It's now 3-0 the count. Baker gets a sign from McIntyre and delivers the 3-0. Low away once more, and that's going to be a 4-pitch walk to Scala. So now runners at the corner with 1 out.
Third baseman, number 7, Mundor.
So now the pitcher, Rhett Mundorf, up to bat, 2 for 2. Single, a walk, and a single in his appearances. Baker's first pitch to him, low and away for ball number 1 to Mundorf. Runners at the corners. Arnold at third, and then Scala at first. Here comes the 1-0 from Baker. That one pulls McIntyre off from his catcher position. Ball number 2. Following Mundorf, Ridge Jackson, and then Jake Hansen, the batters for Kearney. Baker's 2-0. That one finally is in the zone for strike number 1. Still 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. Here comes in the 2-1 from Baker. That one is high and away, ball 3. As the runner at first, Scala going to roll his way on over to second for a stolen base. It's now runners at second and third.
Count is 3-1. 1 down, top of the 5th.
3-1, top of the 5th. Baker has Mundorf at the plate. He gets set, delivers the 3-1. That's in down the middle for strike number 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's a full count. Here comes a full count pitch. Swung on, and it's going to get past the outreach glove of Winter. So with that, it seems to be 2 runs and it will be 2 runs come across on the side of Kearney following the single from Mundorf. So now it's 11 to run with now up to bat Ridge Jackson, who's 0 for 2. Struck out swinging, flew out, and then walked in his appearances. Rhett Mundorf on over at first base. The pitch, pulling outside.
Courtesy of FNBO, free will donations are being accepted.
Pulling outside McIntyre for ball number 1. So here comes the 1-0. Swing and a miss. The throw on over to Freeze at first. Pulls him off the bag. So 1-1 the count to Mundorf now. With 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. Following Jackson, Jake Hansen, as well as Jace Blattner for Kearney. Here comes Baker's 1-1. That pitch in there. Strike number 2. So far, 11 runs on 8 hits and no errors for the Nationals junior team. Excuse me, for Kearney Runza, my bad. 1 run on 2 hits and 2 errors for the Nationals junior team. Here comes the 1-2. That one is swung, driven to left field. And that one is going to run foul. That one had the distance, but it's going to stay at a 1-2 count, as Ridge Jackson got some muscle behind that hit just too early and pulled it foul. So 1-2 is still the count from Baker. The pitch, 1-2, swing and a miss, and that's down out number 2 as Ridge Jackson gets caught swinging for the 3rd strike. It's now 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Nationals, though, still trailing 11-1. That brings up Jake Hansen. He's 2 for 3, a single, a flyout, and then another single. 2 for 3, runner at first is Rhett Mundorf. First pitch from Baker. That one's low and away for ball number 1 to Hansen. Baker glances on over at first to Mundorf and now delivers the 1-0. That pitch is low, almost gets to McIntyre off the throw to Freeze. Can't get the tag out at first. So it's still ball number 2 with the runner at first being Mundorf. 2 balls and no strikes and 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Nationals trailing 11-1. The junior Nationals taking on the Kearney Juniors. Here comes the 2-0. That pitch is high again, ball 3. Actually, they're going to throw it on over to first, and that time it is successful as down goes Mundorf at first. And with that, that ends the inning. We now head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Nationals, though, trailing 11-1, looking to put a last final stand-up to get back into this ballgame. Don't you turn that dial. More action when we come back right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Larry's Glass would like to thank all of their valuable customers over the years for voting them #1 in glass replacement. Larry's Glass is a full-service glass company, from car windows and storefronts to custom-cut glass, mirrors, and more. If you need glass, Larry's Glass has you covered. They take pride in their work with professional installation and satisfaction guaranteed. Thank you for your patronage over the years and for voting them #1 in glass replacement. Larry's Glass on the corner of 5th and Vine, where they do glass and so much more.
Planning a special event, whether it be a wedding, concert, sporting event, convention, or anything else, the D&N Event Center can handle it all. The D&N Event Center is the biggest event center in North Platte. This building is perfectly suited for anything from small gatherings to major events. Rent just one small room or book the entire facility. The choices are endless at the D&N Event Center, your home for exciting events, special moments, and precious memories. Call today to make your reservation at 534-0255. FNBO Nationals American Legion Baseball on 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center.
Welcome back. FNBO Nationals junior team trailing Kearney right now, 11-1. New pitcher on the mound, Bryce Anderson, as Cade freezes up to pass. Strike 1 on the swing, 0 for 1. Anderson, the pitcher at the moment. Next pitch is in for strike number 2 from Anderson. 0-2 the count. Here comes the 0-2. Swing and a miss from Freeze. That one was way outside the zone. Gets down on strikes in the bottom of the 5th inning. So 1 out now, bringing up Davis Winter.
Second baseman, number 3, Davis Winter.
1 out here, Anderson likes what he sees from Throckmorton and delivers the first pitch. Off speed, outside, ball number 1. 1-0 the count, following Winter, Ty Hanneborg, and then Race Morkey. Here comes the set and the 1-0 from Anderson. That one's high, ball 2. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That one outside, just clipping the corner. It's 3-0 now for Winter. Was looking to walk with 1 out. Here comes the 3-0. That one in. I'm going to say that one's outside once more. So with that, Winter going to walk his way on over to first with 1 out. So now that brings up Ty Hanneborg. 0 for 2, struck out swinging and grounded out in his first 2 appearances this evening. Anderson's pitch. Outside, ball number 1. That's 5 straight pitches of ball action for Anderson. The 1-0 in there, strike number 1 from Anderson. 1-1 the count with Winter on over at first base. Anderson glances at first and delivers the 1-1. That one is foul behind the netting, strike 2. So Anderson now gets the sign from Throckmorton. Here comes the 1-2, on over to first for the pitch out. Going to keep Winter still safe on over at first, but still a 1-2 count to tie Hanneborg. The bottom of the 5th inning. 1-2. High pulling up Throckmorton. So it's now 2-2 the count to Hanneborg with 1 out. Two. Swing and a miss from Hanneborg. He goes down swinging for out number 2. As now that brings up Race Morkey. In his 2 appearances, 2 walks this evening. Winter on over at first for the Nationals. It's going to be tough for Morkey to steal with Anderson being a lefty. He has direct line of sight at first. The pitch from Anderson in for strike number 1 to Morkey. Nationals trailing 11-1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Fortified group bottom of the 5th inning. 11 runs on 8 hits for Kearney. 1 run on 2 hits and no errors for the Nationals. Pitch from Anderson down low. Ball number 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. That one is going to hit Race Morkey, so he's going to get on base following the hit by pitch. So now with 2 outs, we have runners at first and second. Winter at second. Morkey at first for Tyler Townsend. 1 for 2, a single. Struck out swinging in his last appearance. Anderson glances and delivers first pitch to Townsend. That one is swung on and missed for strike number 1. Comes the 0-1. Slow roller on over to Cabela at second. It goes through his glove. And, Winter slips on over at third, so he can't go home. Would have been a free run. Winter slipping on the dirt. So following the error on the side of Cabela, the bases are now loaded. So Dean McIntyre up to bat. 1 for 2, struck out swinging and singled in his 2 appearances this evening as Cabela had the ball go right through his glove for what would have been an easy out and the game ender. The pitch from Anderson fouled down the first base side. Strike number 1. Thank you to our premier sponsors, the Deanette Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota, for sponsoring today's game. Anderson with the 0-1. Off-speed swung on and missed for McIntyre. Strike number 2. He's now down in the hole. 0-2 with the bases loaded. And 2 outs. Here comes the payoff. 0-2. Fouled. Still staying at 0-2. So now that Anderson's got his ball, 0-2 the count. Runners at every base pad. 2 outs here, bottom of the 5th inning. Nationals junior team trailing 11-1. Anderson's 0-2 swing and a miss. The game is over. As McIntyre goes down swinging. And the Nationals junior team unfortunately falls to the Kearney junior team here this evening, 11-1. Giving up 11 runs on 8 hits and 1 error for Kearney. Compared to the side of 1 run, 2 hits, and 2 errors on the side of the Nationals. We'll step away and take a quick break. Coming up, more action around the corner right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
While the weather outside may not make you think about camping, now really is the perfect time to get ready for when that springtime camping fever hits. Larry's RV in North Platte has several Rockwood and Bullet travel trailers and fifth wheels on the lot, as well as the milestones that will leave you in awe. Inventory has been hard to come by, and now is the time to shop for what you want before it's gone. With approved credit, Larry's RV makes buying your RV an easy and affordable process. Bundle up and come see what Larry's RV in North Platte has to offer.
McDonald's in Gothenburg, Lexington, and 2 locations in North Platte is hiring. Starting pay is $13 an hour for the crew and up to $16 an hour for shift managers. All shifts are available, flexible hours, paid time off is available, as well as additional benefits, including keeping up with rising prices. You would receive a raise 4 times a year. Hiring in Gothenburg, Lexington, and 2 locations in North Platte. Apply in person or online at careers.mcdonalds.com. McDonald's wants you to be a part of their crew. Don't wait. McDonald's is hiring and is an equal opportunity employer.
Welcome back. FNBO Nationals junior team falls to Kearney junior team in this game 11-1. Fortunately for the Nationals, couldn't get it done. They were able to get 1 run back in the 4th inning to avoid the run rule, though, gave up 3 in the 5th inning, and now it ends 11 runs on 13 hits and 1 error for Kearney, compared to the 1 run on 5 hits and 2 errors for the Nationals. It was 3 runs the first 2 innings given up by the Nationals, though a good overall start. Yeah, they had 1 error on the side of Cade Friesen over at first, but overall, I thought the start to the game was pretty good. Tommy Haggard on the mound really was buckling it down until, unfortunately, in the 4th inning, gave up 5 total runs in the loss, and now that is where they sit. That was where they were, down at that point 8-0, and then got 1 run back in the bottom of the 4th inning. And now it was 8-1, but then Caden Baker, who came on in the bottom of the 4th inning, gave up 3 total runs to push it 11-1, and that's where the game ended. Nationals junior team falling 11-1. Hey, they'll be on the road tomorrow, though, in Columbus for a doubleheader, so more action for them. We'll take a quick break, come back, more action right around the corner here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Planning a special event, whether it be a wedding, concert, sporting event, convention, or anything else, the DNN Event Center can handle it all. The DNN Event Center is the biggest event center in North Platte. This building is perfectly suited for anything from small gatherings to major events. Rent just 1 small room or book the entire facility. The choices are endless at the DNN Event Center, your home for exciting events, special moments, and precious memories. Call today to make your reservation at 534-0255.
While the weather outside may not make you think about camping, now really is the perfect time to get ready for when that springtime camping fever hits. Larry's RV in North Platte has several Rockwood and Bullet travel trailers and fifth wheels on the lot, as well as the milestones that will leave you in awe. Inventory has been hard to come by, and now is the time to shop for what you want before it's gone. With approved credit, Larry's RV makes buying your RV an easy and affordable process. Bundle up and come see what Larry's RV in North Platte has to offer.
At Mid-Plains Community College, we see it. Your drive to make a difference. Chart your own path. Create your own future. Through our diverse health occupation programs, the career you're considering is waiting for you. You can provide comfort, save lives, be a hero in your community. Your path at MPCC is limitless. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see you. We are MPCC.
The game's in the books. Time for the post-game show on FM 98.1 and online at NorthPlattePost.com.
Welcome back, Nationals junior team falling 11-1 to Kearney in the junior game. Senior game just around the corner at 11:30, my good heavens, 7:30 here for FNBO night. Not only can you come on down and watch some senior baseball, hey, you give a free will donation, you get a free root beer float. Is what I've been told. So, unfortunately, Nationals falling in this game 11-1, 11 runs on 13 hits and 1 error on the side of Kearney. 1 run on 5 hits and 2 errors given up on the side of the FNBO Nationals junior team. 8 were left stranded on the base pad for Kearney, 6 on the side of the Nationals, as we now head over to our Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the Game. When money matters, talk to Marshall Doty, Ameriprise Financial Advisor in North Platte, Nebraska, about professional financial services. Ameriprise Financial Incorporated, member FINRA and SPIC. So our coming in here today is Pat Jacobson has walked right here next to me, which is quite a shock to see here. Kind of scared me a little bit. Though today our player of the game going to be Tyler Townsend. I know we keep saying his name a lot, but going 2 for 3 on the base pad today is our Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the Game. Hey, also perfect in the outfield and at center field, not letting one get past him. He is, again, our Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the Game, Tyler Townsend. We'll take a real quick last break. We come back, we'll wrap her all up in here, and then we'll take another break and get you into seniors action around the corner. Don't you turn the dial, or as people say, the YouTube clicker or whatever it's called nowadays. Don't you do it here. More action live, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
How would you like to get a warranty on a used car, truck, or SUV? When you purchase a qualified pre-owned vehicle at Premier Toyota in North Platte, it comes with a 6-month or 6,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. 6 months or 6,000 miles, whichever comes first. That is totally awesome when you are buying a pre-owned vehicle. Stop out and talk to the friendly staff at Premier Toyota, just south of I-80 today. Take a test drive and get a warranty on qualified pre-owned vehicles. Let's go places.
Get a great deal on Kubota M-Series utility tractors. Our powerful, versatile lineup is built to do it all. So whether you need to mow, rake, stack, lift, or pull, get it done right with Kubota M-Series utility tractors. Right now, get Kubota M-Series utility tractors for 0 down and 0% APR for 60 months, plus save up to $3,000. Now through June 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
See the full line of Kubota products at your North Platte Kubota on South Highway 83 or online at npkubota.com.
Welcome back. FNBO Nationals junior team falling to Kearney 11-1. Hey, they're back in action again tomorrow. They will be taking on Columbus in Columbus. Let me pull up the times here for you, folks. So I got to remember it myself. Tomorrow, starting at 5, they will be in Columbus, 5, and then 7:30. Hey, before they head on the road for yet another tournament action. That is right. Big tournaments coming up all around for everybody as we get closer and closer to this end or the start of districts and then state competition. Hey, the junior team going to be out in Grand Island, Hastings for a tournament starting on Friday. Time's not yet determined for that game. But unfortunately here they fall 11-1 to Kearney. 11 runs given up on 8 hits and 1 error on the side of Kearney compared to the 1 run on 5 hits and 2 errors for the Nationals. That'll do it here for our juniors coverage. Hey, seniors coming up at 7:30. That's the starting time at the moment. We'll have to take a little gander when you get there. So don't you turn that dial. More action right around the corner. FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Planning a special event, whether it be a wedding, concert, sporting event, convention, or anything else, the DNN Event Center can handle it all. The DNN Event Center is the biggest event center in North Platte. This building is perfectly suited for anything from small gatherings to major events. Rent just one small room or book the entire facility. The choices are endless at the DNN Event Center, your home for exciting events, special moments, and precious memories. Call today to make your reservation at 534-0255.
Your home is the one place where everything should be perfect, including your air. A little preventive maintenance can spot problems before they pop up and might even help lower your utility bills. Don't wait till you're sweating in the summer heat to think about your air conditioning and heating pumps. Call Hanson Plumbing and Heating today to schedule your maintenance checks. It's as easy as picking up the phone to stay cool this summer. Call Hanson's 534-5020. Hanson's Plumbing and Heating of North Platte.
Mow like a pro with Hustler Turf zero-turn mowers. They engineer their mowers to be maintenance and service friendly for the everyday homeowner while not sacrificing the build and cut quality they're known for. From the heavy-duty frame to the welded steel deck to their trademark smooth track steering, Hustler Turf zero-turn mowers deliver professional-grade cut quality for a perfectly manicured lawn. Come into Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair to see the Hustler difference for yourself today. Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair, 2220 Prospect Drive, North Platte.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. I'm Farmers Agent Stephen Rhodes. I can help you understand your options so we can prepare for whatever the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. To learn more, call me, Farmers Agent Stephen Rhodes, at 308-534-9050. Find out how I can help you protect the things that matter most.
We are farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
And watch live on your TV on demand at northplatte.post.com. Just click on live streams. Now here's the voice of the senior FNBO Nationals, Paxton Gordon.
Hey everybody, Nationals here, senior team back home taking on Kearney in their game after first game coming back from the Omaha tournament where they went 3-3, started off really strong 2-1, though finished it 1-2. Looking to continue this actually strong stretch of games that they've played recently where they've seen much improvement through this team. As again, FNBO night currently here at the moment, they're getting ready to get it rocking and rolling. So we'll take a quick little break after we get some more words in. Nationals just, again, 3-3 in the Omaha tournament. Coach Ricky Holm was looking for it to get a little better in terms of the ending. Had a couple of teams on the ropes that they just let right by them. But showing, actually, as I talked with Coach earlier, showing very strong improvements all around as a team. And heading into state and district play coming up here in a couple weeks, this team's looking on the upper end and upper echelon of things. So they are looking to continue that momentum, that strong momentum, as we get the first pitch thrown out here between First Nationals head of guy. He's coming out to pitch that. But the vice president, excuse me. But we'll take a break. When we come back, we will give you more action and probably the start of the game right around the corner, right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on northplatte.post.com.
Planning a special event, whether it be a wedding, concert, sporting event, convention, or anything else, the DNN Event Center can handle it all. The DNN Event Center is the biggest event center in North Platte. This building is perfectly suited for anything from small gatherings to major events. Rent just one small room or book the entire facility. The choices are endless at the DNN Event Center, your home for exciting events, special moments, and precious memories. Call today to make your reservation at 534-0255.
Larry's Glass would like to thank all of their valuable customers over the years for voting them #1 in glass replacement. Larry's Glass is a full-service glass company from car windows and storefronts to custom-cut glass, mirrors, and more. If you need glass, Larry's Glass has you covered. They take pride in their work with professional installation and satisfaction guaranteed. Thank you for your patronage over the years and for voting them #1 in glass replacement. Larry's Glass on the corner of 5th and Vine, where they do glass and so much more.
Hustler Turf commercial mowers are built tough to work hard. Whether you need a fleet of mowers or are a one-man show, you don't have time for downtime. Hustler mowers are over-engineered, overbuilt, and tested well beyond what's required. With the most complete lineup in the industry, including exclusives like a 104-inch Super 104, 88-inch stand-on, and industry-leading warranties. Hustler mowers are ready to handle what you throw at them. Build your fleet to be reliable and versatile with Hustler Turf. Find your next Hustler at Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair, 2220 Prospect Drive, North Platte.
Go where the herd goes with the fast, durable Kubota Sidekick, featuring a gas-powered engine that delivers a top speed of 40 miles per hour, best-in-class acceleration and handling with cargo, and the strength to haul what needs hauling, all backed by a 2-year, 1,000-hour warranty. Herd cattle, mend fences, and get every job done right with the Kubota Sidekick. Visit your local Kubota dealer today. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
See the full line of Kubota products at your North Platte Kubota on South Highway 83 or online at npkubota.com.
A proven track record of success. It's what you expect, and that's what you get from Lindemeyer Law Office of North Platte. With more than 130 years of combined legal experience, the attorneys at Lindemeyer Law Office have handled it all with personalized and aggressive representation both in and out of the courtroom. Attorneys Robert Lindemeyer, Amanda Spikert, Kent Florum, Shantae Durham, and Kent Turnbull are ready. Having the right experience in court is critical. Call Lindemeyer Law Office at 308-534-6740 or visit flatrocklaw.com.
With lots of new and pre-owned vehicles, Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte is ready to help you get into the ride you've been dreaming of, whether you want to buy or lease. Find out for yourself what an enjoyable experience it is to do business with the staff at Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota also offers the Toyota Cares maintenance plans. Test drive a new Toyota today and like them on Facebook for what's new. Let's go places. Premier Toyota in North Platte.
Hey everybody, welcome in. Nationals taking on Kearney here, right next to Justin Thompson. Would like to get on here today? I see that. Oh, he's got to think about it. Oh, we're getting closer as getting to the starting lineups now. We're going to start off on the side of Kearney, playing left field and batting first. Caleb Larson, Carter Lee at shortstop, Nolan Smith at first base, Ty Redinger playing catcher, Scout Simmons at third base, Keegan Brand in center field, Aiden Pope in right field, Blake Rethus at DH, Owen Fritzen at second, and then pitching Quinn Foster. On the side of the FNBO Nationals, Cole Wright batting first from left field, Kanan Jonason in center field, Carson Johnson at second, Tristan Byer catcher, Carter Kelly at short, Jack Polk on the mound here today, fully off of his pitch count is the good thing for him. Ty Robinson at first, Cooper Hill at third, and then Andrew Brocious hitting right field on the side of the Nationals. We will now take yet another break for the national anthem. We come back, more action right around the corner, right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Really loves working at Runza.
Yeah, plus all my friends work here. Caleb, Addie, Micah, Runza Rex.
I'm sorry, the last one again?
Micah?
I think it was Runza Rex.
Oh yeah, the dinosaur. That guy is nuts. Makes an incredible cheese Runza, though.
Amazing, even with those tiny little arms. Apply today at runza.com/jobs or text Runza to 242424. Runza makes it all better.
Your home is the one place where everything should be perfect, including your air. A little preventive maintenance can spot problems before they pop up and might even help lower your utility bills. Don't wait till you're sweating in the summer heat to think about your air conditioning and heating pumps. Call Hanson Plumbing and Heating today to schedule your maintenance checks. It's as easy as picking up the phone to stay cool this summer. Call Hanson's 534-5020. Hanson's Plumbing and Heating of North Platte.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. I'm Farmers Agent Stephen Rhodes. I can help you understand your options so we can prepare for whatever the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. To learn more, call me, Farmers Agent Stephen Rhodes, at 308-534-9050. Find out how I can help you protect the things that matter most.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Welcome back, FNBO night. FNBO National Senior Baseball team back home. Their last home game of the season. And before they head on their own for the last doubleheader tomorrow, as they, scheduled doubleheader, if you're not counting a tournament, that's a cheat in and of itself. They'll be taking on Columbus at home tomorrow. Game starting at 3 o'clock, pregame at 2:50. And then 5:30, the second game, as Nationals going to be taking on Columbus. Though here today, taking on Kearney, post 52, we have Jack Polk on the mound. Jack Polk earlier in the season had a pitch limiter, had his off-season arm injury that they're slowly working his way back into it. Boom, he's back. He's ready to rock and roll. He'll be pitching today. He will be seeing first up to bat Caleb Larson. Nationals over the weekend in the Omaha, 5-day Omaha tournament, went 3-3. Started off very strong, going 2-1 in the first couple of games, though fortunately ended on the back foot, going 1-2. Talking with Coach Ricky Holm earlier, talking about how the team actually had a few of those losses on the ropes of victory, just let them slip through their grasp in the later portions, so we'll have to see if they can turn it around. And actually, the season as a whole, the Nationals have turned it around, going from making sloppy, easy mistakes and letting these games kind of fall right through their hands to really putting some teams away and showing, again, overall strong pitching. That's what's led them the way all season. The pitching has been extra strong. Even though Easton Jones went down early with that knee injury, hey, this overall pitching staff has been strong, strong, strong. Nationals taking on today Kearney. I want to thank you again to our premier sponsors for today, the D&N Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota, as here comes up to bat first for the Nationals, first for Kearney, Caleb Larson. Is it getting closer here to Justin Thompson? He's on the verge of firing me at this point. He's sitting, I'm taking up to him a whole bunch of desk space. He's now sitting in front of a pole. My tenure here might be done after this game, but someone's tenure who's just getting underway, Jack Polk here in this ball game, facing Larson. His first pitch in the dirt for ball number 1. 1-0 the count to Larson. Following Larson, it's going to be Carter Lee and Nolan Smith. Here comes the 1-0. That one down low. Ball number 2. 2 balls and no strikes in to Larson. Here comes the 2-0 pitch as that one finds its way in for strike number 1. Somebody lost their poor phone and had it announced over the radio. Gets a chuckle out of me. Kearney started off the season 0-7, has bounced back now to 14-15 on the year. Here comes the pitch, 2-1. That one is fouled down the first base side. Strike number 2. It's a 2-2 count now to Larson. Polk gets set, likes what he sees from Byer, and now delivers the 2-2. That one into straightaway left center field for a base hit. There's a leadoff single for Caleb Larson to start this game off for Kearney. Now up to bat, Carter Lee on the side of Kearney. Nobody out and a leadoff single for Caleb Larson, who's on over at first base now to start the game for Kearney. As Polk gets set and delivers. There goes the runner. It's in the dirt from Byer, so with that, Caleb Larson's going to waltz his way for a straight-up stolen base. So ball 1 inside to Lee, and now Larson on over to first in scoring position for Kearney. Lee still, Nationals thinking Lee's still going to bunt in this situation. He looks he's going to swing. The pitch is up and high. To Byer. Polk's pitch now 2-0 count to Carter Lee. Still, Robinson and Hill playing to the infield, thinking Carter Lee could still bunt, even though he was shown hit. The pitch, that one is swung on, fouled back behind us for strike number 1. My car was in that direction. Let's hope to God it does not hit it. Do not want to be replacing a window at this point. Still have to replace my muffler, so just at that point, add it on to the list. But it's a 2-1 count to Lee with Caleb Larson on over at second base. Polk glances on over at second. Now delivers the 2-1. That falls in for strike number 2. Good off speed from Jack Polk. And now it's a 2-2 count to Carter Lee. Polk likes what he sees. Glances at second. Once more. Here comes the 2-2. Swung on once more and fouled out of the field of play. 2-2 still the count. As Caleb Larson is on over at second, following Carter Lee, Nolan Smith, and Ty Rettinger. Polk glances at second, and the 2-2. That one really close, teetering on the edge of the strike zone, but just outside. Ball number 3, 3-2 now the count to Lee. Here comes a 3-2. That one outside, ball 4. So now 2 runners are on the base paths to start this ball game for Kearney. Runner at first being Carter Lee, with on over at second Caleb Larson for. On over for Kearney as Nolan Smith is now up to bat, averaging a .304 this season. He does have runners on the base paths, 2 of them. So now comes the first pitch from Polk inside to Smith. That's in there, strike number 1. Runner at second base being Caleb Larson with Carter Lee on over at first for Runza Kearney. Here comes the 0-1 from Polk. That one's going to slither its way in for strike number 2. Good back-to-back pitches from Jack Polk after giving up one hit to lead the game off and then has a runner on over at first. Polk being the standout from the junior team last year, getting called up this year, has done a very excellent job in his performances. Here comes then the 0-2. Swung on, popped up towards right field. It's going to be caught on the side by Carson Johnson. Going to keep the runners at their base pads. A really good over-the-shoulder catch from Carson Johnson. So because of that, one out now has fallen for Runza Kearney. That brings up Ty Redinger. Redinger hitting .292 with one double, and he has hitting a home run on the side of Kearney. So here comes Redinger. Now, again, 2 runners on the base pads for Kearney Runza, as he was showing bunts, so both of the infield and Ty Robinson and Cooper Hill getting close to the grass area, specifically Ty Robinson, but the first pitch from Polk is in the dirt for ball number 1. So Polk glancing at second now with the 1-0. Once more in the dirt, it gets away from Byer. So with that, Caleb Larson's going to get his way on over to third. So runners at the corners now for Kearney here in the top of the first inning. Runners at first being Carter Lee and Caleb Larson over at third. It's a 2-0 count now to Redinger. Following Redinger, Scout Simmons and then Keegan Brand. 2-0, Polk delivers. Swing and a miss from Redinger for strike number 1. Polk up to 18 pitches already here in the first inning alone. Likes what he sees from Byer. Gets set. Here comes a 2-1. That off speed in for strike number 2. Good couple of bounce back pitches from Polk. Now a 2-2 count with one out here in the top of the first inning. Runners at the corners for Kearney. Polk going to glance on over at first. Gets set. Now delivers the 2-2. Swung on, foul down the first base side. So it's going to still stay at 2-2 for Runza Kearney, or Kearney Runza, excuse me. Nationals again have a doubleheader tomorrow in Columbus, or excuse me, here at home against Columbus. The junior team heading on the road to Columbus for their doubleheader before they head out on Friday, the seniors do, to Cheyenne for a 3-day tournament starting on Friday. Polk glancing on over at first base. Gets sit and delivers the 2-2 again. That one swung on, slow roller to Kelly at short. On to second, on to first, it goes for the double! And it gets there, and that'll end the inning. A 6-4-3 double play, and that'll do it for the top of the first inning. No runs have come across. That'll do it for the Nationals. And with that, one hit, no runs come across. So with that, we'll head to the bottom of the first inning, tied 0-0.
At Mid-Plains Community College, we see it. Your drive to make a difference. Chart your own path. Create your own future. Through our diverse applied tech programs, the career you're considering is waiting for you. You can work with your hands, bring an engine to life, be the one people rely on. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see you. We are MPCC.
Hometown banking with hometown people. Equitable Bank.
This is Heather Williams, branch manager at Equitable Bank. We provide products like our mobile banking app with mobile deposit and picture pay. Stop and see how our products can make your life easier. Equitable Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hometown banking with hometown people. Equitable Bank.
FNBO Nationals American Legion Baseball on 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center.
Welcome back here. Fortified Group, bottom of the first inning. And check out Kevin McGann in the Fortified Group at his new location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. On the mound here for Kearney Runza. Quinn Foster starting off here for Kearney. Up to bat, though, he'll be facing Cole Wright, Caden Jonason, and then Carson Johnson. First three batters he will face for with the Nationals up now in a Fortified Group bottom of the first inning. Thank you to our premier sponsors for today, the D&N Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. Also, thank you to Langmeyer Heating and Cooling, as well as Premier Toyota, Larry's Glass, and Stephen Rhodes with Farmers Insurance. So here comes Cole Wright up to bat, facing Quinn Foster. The first pitch from Foster is high and away. Ball number one into Cole Wright. Now the 1-0 from Foster. High once again. That's two straight balls. Just almost dropped my phone. 2-0 now the count to Cole Wright. Trending towards a walk here. Knocking on wood to start it off. Here comes the 2-0. Once more, high above the head for ball three. Three straight pitches from Foster that are way above and out of the strike zone. So now, Wright with a 3-0 pitch. Gets set, and here that's 3-0. That one high again, ball four, and that's a four-pitch walk for Foster as Cole Wright's going to get on bag first for the Nationals at first base. Caden Jonason up to bat. So now right on over at first. Coach Ricky Holm very aggressive on the base pad, and Foster going to throw it on to first for a pick play, but Wright gets back in time. Again, Coach Ricky Holm, one of the more aggressive, I wouldn't say more aggressive, but extremely aggressive on the base pads. With any chance he can get, he'll look for a steal. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike number one. 0-1 the count now. Cole Wright at first. Following Jonason's going to be Carson Johnson and Tristan Byer for the Nationals senior team. Foster gets set, glances, and now delivers 0-2. There goes Wright. It's a high pitch. Throw on over to second. And they're going to say safe at second base. A bang-bang play. But Cole Wright going to get there into second safely. Again, talking about it. That's Coach Ricky Holm, got his fingerprints all over that one. It was a low pitch. Cole Wright went running. He got there just in the nick of time. So out, though, comes Redinger to talk with his pitcher Foster. Because, again, Cole Wright still could steal third. We've seen it plenty of times. Coach Ricky Holm giving the green light to his base runners to steal second and third. So now it's a 1-1 count to Jonason. Runner at second still being Cole Wright. Foster glances at second. Now looks to deliver the 1-1. High pitch outside, ball number two. He's only thrown a couple of pitches, I would believe two at the moment, actually in the zone. Or not above the head. Most of his pitches early in this ball game have been balls up high out of the zone. So Wright, second still, the 2-1. That one sneaks its way in at the bottom corner around the knees for strike number two. 2-2 now to Caden Jonason. So no runs on one hit for Kearney, no runs on no hits, but a runner at second for the Nationals here in a Fortified Group bottom of the first inning. Foster delivers, payoff 2-2. That one is fouled, drifting towards territory, and it does fall out of the field of play for a foul ball. 2-2 still the count at the moment. Good little battle starting here for Jonason. 9 pitches so far for Quinn Foster. He's only thrown 3 strikes in this game. Most of those being fouls, and then the 1 strike in the zone just a couple of pitches ago. Foster glancing at second to right. Here comes then. He's looking again. The 2-2, except he's going to try to throw it on over to second. So Foster faking out the pick play at second to get right back. Again, getting in the head a little bit of Foster because he knows that Ricky Holm will run all over the base paths if he could with his players, no matter where they're situated. Here comes the 2-2. That one is really high and a lucky grab from Redinger. He really had to snag that sucker out of the air because if he didn't, that was going to the back fence, the backstop, and Cole Wright was going to easily jog into third. So now it's a full count pitch with nobody out here. Bottom of the first inning, Cole Wright situated at second base following his leadoff walk. The 3-2 swung on and fouled once more behind the stadium. A great little battle still brewing here between Jonason and Foster. Full count yet again. This is exactly what Ricky Holm was looking for, and it would be even better and a great result if Jonason can get on with a walk. Here comes a 3-2. That one is outside, and he will walk his way on to first. So now with that, Johnson's going to get on over to first base. It's now first and second, nobody out, following the massive battle between Johnson and Foster to bring up Carson Johnson, who at this point in the order, when it's 2 runners on, is a scary, scary threat. Earlier in the season, when the team was really struggling to find some runs, they would rely, I wouldn't say rely, but Carson Johnson would be just a huge, huge factor in them getting some runs across. And you know what? He has another opportunity to do so. Runners at second and first. Right at second, Johnson over at first. Here comes the first pitch from Foster, down in the dirt. Both runners are going to advance easily. It was going to be a designated or a design steal anyway, but both runners advance either which way ahead of time, so now the runners are in even better scoring position for the Nationals here. It's a 1-0 count inside to Johnson, with runners now at second and third, so just a single or a deep out will score 1. That pitch sneaks in the bottom left corner for strike number 1, just inside the zone. So 1-1. Foster throwing more predominant balls at the moment. 9 balls to 5 strikes in his 14 pitches. Here comes then the 1-1. That one is popped and fouled down the third base side out of the field of play for strike 2. So Foster now with a 1-2 count to Johnson. Nobody out here, bottom of the first inning. 1-2 count. Following Johnson, Tristan Byer, and then Carter Kelly. As here comes Foster's 1-2. That one is high for ball 2. 2-2. I talked Coach Ricky Holm, and I don't think it's going to happen here in this game or at the moment. He has talked about he can steal home. He's done it a couple of times in key games. I've even seen it with my own eyes this season. Don't think I'll see it in this moment as Foster pitches right and he sees third. The pitch swung on, and that is drilled deep left center field. That one is, or right center field. That one's going to at least drive 1 run home as Wright tags up. The throw home, picked off by Foster as the pickoff man. That sacrifice fly leads for 1 run to come across. So now it's 1-0 for the Nationals. They still, though, have a runner in scoring position with Caden Johnson on over at third. Tristan Byer now up to bat. Byer with another sacrifice fly can bring another run home. Right now it's 1-0. 1 runs on no hits for the Nationals compared to no runs on 1 hit for Kearney here in the bottom of the first inning. A fortified group, bottom of the first inning, might I add. Foster glancing on over at third. Here comes the first pitch to Byer. That one is high for ball 1. So 1-0 the count, 1 out here. Byer up to bat. Runner at second base being Johnson. Here comes the 1-0. Swing and a miss from Byer for strike number 1. 1-1 now the count to Tristan Byer. Then Carter Kelly on deck with Jack Polk in the hole for the Nationals. So 1-1 the count, 1 out. Foster likes what he sees and delivers that 1-1. Swing and a miss from Byer again. Back-to-back swings and misses. It's now a 1-2 count. Byer, again, these last two pitches, you can see what his goal is, trying to get some contact to drive it into the outfield to score the runner at third and put this game up 2-0 for the Nationals. Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss from Byer. You knew he didn't want to swing on that one. Pretty half-hearted swing, but he goes down anyway on strikes. So there's the first one of the day for Foster. Now there's 2 outs here, and that's going to bring up to bat Carter Kelly. Kelly getting his first chances. He does have the opportunity to bring home yet another run, push the Nationals' lead. At the moment, it's 1-0. With a runner at third still for the Nationals. Here comes the first pitch to Kelly. High again. That one from Kelly's side almost hit him, but it was a ball, so 1-0 the count. Again, thank you to our premier sponsors for today, the D&N Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. 2 outs here, 1-0 count to Carter Kelly. The pitch. That one's a slow roller on over to third, picked up by Sims, but they're going to say it falls out of play, foul. So 1-1. It looked like the ball was going to slowly roll on over to third, be picked up by Scout Simmons, and then it would be a quick little play at first, but home plate umpire says the ball was foul. So now it's a 1-1 count from Foster to Kelly, with again still sitting at third, Caden Johnson. Foster gets the sign inside from Redinger. And now the 1-1 to Kelly. Swing and a miss from Carter Kelly. That strike 2 was high and looked a little out of the zone. Kelly still swung at it, looking again for that contact to drive it into the outfield, or at least get a single. 1-2 count now. The wind's kind of in a swirl. It's pushing now into center field. The one's pushing left. Here's that 1-2 I said, and it was just barely tipped off the bat of Carter Kelly. So with that, it's still going to stay at a 1-2 count. Foster glances out over at third. Now with the 1-2 count. Ooh, that one on the edge, but out of the box for ball number 2. 2-2 the count. That one was a gutsy one from Carter Kelly, not to swing on it. It's now 2-2 with 2 outs here. Here comes the 2-2. That one in there, strike number 3. Kelly goes down looking, and that'll end the bottom of the first inning. Nationals, though, do get 1 run across and lead Kearney Runza right now. 1-0. We head to the top of the second inning. See how Jack Polk can rebound after giving up a couple of hits and left some on the base pad. Don't you turn that down. More action right around the corner right here, FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
If you could drastically reduce your outrageous electric bill or eliminate it altogether, Roger at Panhandle Solar can make that dream a reality. Panhandle Solar has been installing solar electricity systems for over 10 years and putting thousands of dollars back in your pockets. Good for your wallet, great for the environment, and with a federal tax credit, more affordable than ever. Call Panhandle Solar 308-464-0462 for a free consultation on your home, farm, ranch, or business. That's Panhandle Solar 308-464-0462. Have a sunny day.
Sure, there's lots of Class A driving jobs out there, but let me tell you about Creek Carrier. Great things are happening here, like we raised our truck speed. Oh, and we just raised pay in our North Platte fleet. The top 50% of drivers average over $2,000 per week. You get the respect you deserve and the support you need. If you're a driver looking for a new company, get a hold of us at creekcarrier.com. We're hiring diesel techs starting at $22 to $32 an hour, too. Creek Carrier. Come help us move America.
Welcome here to the top of the second inning. Due up to bat here for Kearney side, Scout Simmons, followed by Keegan Brand and Aiden Poppy. Thank you to our premier sponsors today, the Dina Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota, Langmeyer Heating and Cooling in North Platte, as they are a proud sponsor of FNBO Nationals and Legion Baseball. For dependable service you can trust Langmeyer, as well as other sponsors, Larry's Glass, Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair, and Lindemeyer's Law Office, Here we are again, top of the second inning. Nationals holding on to a 1-0 lead following the one run they got across. Again, Scout Simmons coming up. Start for Kearney. No runs on one hit, though, for them to start the game compared to the one run on no hits for the Nationals. Simmons now up to bat. Following Simmons, Keegan Brand and Aiden Poppy. Polk got off to a pretty roller coaster start, allowed one hit to come across in the first at-bat, walked another, but was able to batten down the hatches and not let anything come across. First pitch, though, to Simmons is outside for ball number 1. Polk likes what he sees from Byer and delivers the 1-0. Swing and a miss from Simmons for strike number 1. 1-1 is the count. Nobody out here, top of the second inning. Here comes now the 1-1 from Polk. Off speed, slow roller that'll get past both Kelly and Hill at short and third, and it will roll into the outfield for a leadoff base hit from Simmons. So with that now, going to bring up center fielder Keegan Brand. So now, leadoff man is on board with Simmons. So now, Brand up to bat. Following Brand, Aiden Poppy. Blake Reithus then following Poppy. Bunt attempt going to be coming in. They're going to pull back on that one from Brand. It's going to fall outside for ball number 1. Cooper Hill way into the infield, expecting that bunt. Got nobody out. They're looking to advance the runner at first safely to second to put a runner in scoring position to tie this game up for Kearney. He's showing bunt. The pitch on over to first to get Simmons back. He does get back in time. So we're still sitting at a 1-1 count to Brand. Polk glances at first and delivers. Actually, he's going to pull back. Brand does. Not last second, but actually early on into the pitch. That's ball number 2, though, from Polk. 2-0 the count. Cooper Hill way into the infield, expecting the bunt to come his way. Here comes the 2-0. That one sneaks in for strike number 1. That time, Brand did not show bunt. He was ready to hit it. Hill's still standing in the infield, expecting it, which, again, most likely will happen. So a 2-1 the count to Brand. Polk glancing on over at first. He's got to pitch on over to first to get Simmons back. He does get back easily, though, in time. So now, once again, 2-1 the count to Brand, with next up Aiden Poppy. The pitch. That one is just off of the zone. Ball number 3. 3 balls and 1 strikes now to Brand. With Scout Simmons at first, but Simmons doesn't probably need to, at this point, think about a steal, as it's a 3-1 count from Polk. Here comes that 3-1. Swung on, and that's going to be fouled over our press box for strike number 2. Full count has been worked back into this by Jack Polk. 3-2. Runner at first being Scout Simmons. Polk glances once again at first, and another time. Gets set. Here comes the 3-2. Swung on. That's driven deep center field. Onwards comes Jonason. Get there for the out was actually Cole Wright to pluck it for out number 1. A good drive from Brand, but Wright was able to get it right at the left field mark. And with that, runner at first, Simmons will hold, and that's one down here in the top of the second inning, as that now brings up Aiden Poppy. Following that, Blake Rethus and then Owen Fritzen. The first pitch from Polk in for strike number 1. Simmons is still on over at first. Here in the top of the second, 1-0 lead for the FNBO National senior team. That one on the edge. Though outside, ball number 1 below the knees. 1 out here, top of the second inning, a 1-1 count to Poppy. Polk already up to 32 pitches through his first 2 innings. 1-1. Off speed, in the dirt. It's going to hit off of Byer's plate, but not far enough away from Byer to advance Simmons, so it's just a 2-1 count now to Poppy. Polk glancing on over at first, gets set. The 2-1, there goes Simmons. That one is swung and drilled into center field on a one-timer on over for a base hit. So now with that, a runner at second and first for Kearney. So now Simmons at second. He was going to go steal any which way, so it's an added benefit that it was a hit. And now also Aiden Poppy up to bat. So that brings in Blake Rethus. Rethus here has runners at second and first. There's the pitch. That one from Polk in for strike number 1. So 3 hits right now for Kearney. No hits for the Nationals, but Nationals do have a 1-run lead here in the top of the second, 1-0. Polk with the 0-1. Swung on, slow bouncer on over to Kelly at second. There it goes on to first. It's going to pull Byer off the bag, unfortunately. Or actually, it doesn't look like it pulled him off the bag, but even if it did, it's not close. Uh-oh, there goes Coach Ricky Holm. Ricky Holm going to go talk to the second base umpire, or was planning on doing it, but called him safe. They did get the 1 out at second, the force out there. Almost got the double play. So, runner advances to third. The runner at second gets tagged out. But Rethus gets into first. So now there are 2 on with 2 out at the corners for Owen Fritzen. Runner at first is Blake Rethus with Scout Simmons at third. Polk again in another tricky situation he's trying to manage out of. His first pitch in there to Fritzen is called a strike. With this out, though, you can't fly it out. You're looking for just a solid single up the middle or into the outfield. But Polk off to a good start here with an 0-1 count. Here comes that 0-1. That one, on the corner, just outside. Ball number 1, that one teetering on the edge. Probably if I was the umpire, would have been called a strike, but that's why I'm up here giving the call instead. It's a 1-1 count with 2 outs. Runners at first and third. The 1-1. That one popped up, drifting towards foul territory. Byer getting under it. He'll slide and not get there in time. Byer with the speed from his catcher position, really hustling to see if he can get it. Can't do so, so it's a 1-2 count. Thank you again to our premier sponsors for today, the D&N Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. So now it's a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Runners at first and third. Scout Simmons at third and Blake Rethus at first. Polk likes what he sees. Here comes the 1-2. And outside, ball number 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Fritzen. Following Owen Fritzen, we'll go back to the top of the order with Caleb Larson and Carter Lee. Kearney has 3 runs to their name, but 3 hits to their name, but no runs have come across. Here comes a 2-2. Check swing. It bounces in the ground, but doesn't get away from Byer. But now the count has been worked full, 3-2. So now, Jack Polk working with one last solid pitch here, either a strike or a ball. Either which way, he'll either continue the inning or end it here. 3-2. Polk likes what he sees. He glances at first. Gets set. Here comes the 3-2. Swung on and fouled at the plate. Keeping it at 3-2. Good pitch from Polk. But a good piece of contact from Fritzen to keep the inning alive. Scout Simmons at third for Kearney with Blake Reithus on over at first. Here comes the 3-2 again. High and away for ball 4. So with that, the bases are now loaded with 2 outs here. As that brings up Caleb Larson. Following Larson, Carter Lee, and then Nolan Smith for Kearney. Though Polk has to get out of this inning, which has gotten a little tougher now with the bases loaded. He does, though, have 2 outs to his name. So it's not too dire, but with the bases loaded, anything can happen here. Polk seeing Larson for the second time. That nice off-speed lands in for strike number 1. So Larson has already singled in this ball game. He led off and singled in the first inning for the first hit of the game for Kearney, though couldn't get a run across. The 0-1, swing and a miss from Larson as that one was way short either which way. So now Larson's really in the hole. 0-2, 2 outs. Polk trying to navigate through this difficult situation he's currently in. Bases loaded. He's already thrown 44 pitches, though. Coach Ricky Holm not going to be too happy about that number. Here comes the 0-2. Swung and fouled to the netting. Still going to stay at 2-2. Yeah, that's really the count that I think is going to matter more in this game right now as that Polk's gone 1 and 1/3 inning of work, and he's already thrown 45 pitches. Polk gets set. Here comes the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He gets Larson down swinging, so that'll end the inning. It was a little scary there for the Nationals. The bases were loaded, but Jack Polk was able to work his way out of it. We now head to the bottom of the second inning. Nationals still holding on to that 1-0 lead, 1-0.
Hi, this is Linda from Fellows Home Appliance. We are North Platte's only locally owned and operated Maytag exclusive dealer. We have 2 Maytag trained technicians to handle warranty and out-of-warranty Maytag repairs. We offer delivery and installation on all the Maytag appliances we sell. For your next Maytag appliance, come in to 321 East 5th Street, North Platte. Fellows Home Appliance. We service what we sell.
Planning a special event, whether it be a wedding, concert, sporting event, convention, or anything else, the D&N Event Center can handle it all. The D&N Event Center is the biggest event center in North Platte. This building is perfectly suited for anything from small gatherings to major events. Rent just one small room or book the entire facility. The choices are endless at the D&N Event Center, your home for exciting events, special moments, and precious memories. Call today to make your reservation at 534-0255.
Welcome back here to a Fortified Group bottom of the second inning. You can check out Kevin McGann at the Fortified Group and his new location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Nationals still up 1 run over Kearney, 1-0. They'll have no hits to their name about that. 1 run on no hits and no errors compared to the no runs on 3 hits and no errors for Kearney. So up to bat now, Jack Polk. Following Polk, Ty Robinson, and then Cooper Hill. Polk already up over 48 pitches through his innings so far, so that's something Coach Ricky Holm was hoping not to see. Is the first pitch from Foster high and away. Ball number 1. Again, if you had to talk to Coach Ricky Holm right now, go down with a microphone and ask him, hey, what was something that you think this team in this game needs to work on? It's cut down on the pitches, then find a way to get the out. Here comes the 1-0 from Foster. Again, high and out of the zone for ball 2. Foster started last inning the same way, 4 straight pitches for a walk. All of them were high and away in the zone. So far off to the same start here, 2-0. At 2-0, outside again, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes into Polk here in this 1-0 game for the Nationals before they have their doubleheader tomorrow against Columbus. The 3-0. High again, ball 4, and with that, Polk walked on 4 pitches back-to-back innings where Foster has started off the first batter with a walk. In the first inning, the Nationals were able to convert that walk into 1 run as courtesy runner comes on. So Blaze Zeiler coming in as the courtesy runner for the Nationals. So Ty Robinson, the first baseman, up to bat now. An opportunity to move Zeiler to second, though knowing Ricky Holmes, Zeiler's just going to probably go running maybe on this first pitch here. Foster glances, and there goes Zeiler. He's got off to a good start. The throw in from Redinger pulls him off the bag. So with that, Zeiler with his blazing, no pun intended, speed gets on over to second base. So now a stolen base moves Zeiler on over to second. Blaze used that blazing speed that he got in a great jump to, I wouldn't say easily get in, but was way ahead of the throw. So 0-1 though the count in to Robinson. Foster now glances at second and once again and delivers the 0-1. Swing and a miss from Robinson. That's strike number 2 into him. Following Robinson, Cooper Hill, and then Andrew Brocious for the Nationals here in the bottom of the second inning. A fortified group bottom of the second inning. Foster likes the sign he sees from Redinger. Glances at second. Here comes, he's going to throw it on over to second. A pick play. Zeiler throws it to third. Oh, he gets tagged out. Carter, Scout Simmons tagging out. Blaze Zeiler on over at third base. It was a good play from Zeiler. He got a good jump. Foster threw it over to second, thinking that Zeiler would go back to second, but Zeiler was running. Carter Lee was able to pluck it from the air, throw it on over to third base, and now record the first out of the inning. So it's still an 0-2 count to Robinson as he pops that one up. Nolan Smith getting under it over at first, still getting under it, and he's able to collect that one, even though it was a little sketchy. So with that, back-to-back plays, 2 straight outs. So now it's in 2-out bottom of the second inning. Brings up Cooper Hill to the plate, the third baseman. Following Hill, Brocious, and then Wright in the hole. Nationals have nobody on with 2 out here in the bottom of the second. Those still lead 1-0. Kind of a weird scene because normally when they play here at Bill Wood Field, they're trailing and have to work their way back into this game. That's first pitch swinging from Hill for swing and a miss for strike number 1. Again, as normally when you think about the last couple of games here at Bill Wood Field, Nationals have been trailing in the game, but were able to mount a comeback, and they won in a couple of them, but lost in another couple. That pitch, slow roller, on over to third for Simmons. He can't glove it. It goes through his hands. And with that, Cooper Hill, with 2 outs, makes his way on over to second base. Or excuse me, first base. As that one gets called for an error on over. So with that, Cooper Hill makes his way on to first with 2 outs to bring up Andrew Brocious. Following Brocious, back to the top of the order with Cole Wright and then Caden Johnson. Foster glancing now over at first to Hill. Back goes Cooper Hill. He slides in and gets in time. So Cooper Hill gets back off into his couple meter stance. Foster going to glance back over at first. Likes what he sees from Redinger and will look to deliver the first pitch. Swing and a miss from Brocious. A little low on the swing when the pitch was high above it. There's strike number 1. Here again, fortified group, bottom of the second inning. Nationals still leading though, 1-0. Foster's 1-0, popped up, driven towards center field. On Ernwood comes Larson, and he will get there to complete the catch, and there does it for the bottom of the second inning. Nationals leave one stranded on the base pad. Had a runner in scoring position, though unfortunately couldn't convert. So they'll head now to the top of the third, leading still by 1-0. More action here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Wake up to breakfast at your North Platte Arby's with a hot, delicious breakfast combo for only $4.99. Just $4.99? What a deal! Made fresh just for you. For lunch or dinner for a limited time, Arby's has their new French dip sandwich with a third more beef served with hot au jus. Just 2 for $6. Treat a friend or enjoy both yourself. For a limited time only, Arby's French dip sandwich, 2 for $6. Add hot curly fries and a cold soft drink for a complete meal. Arby's in North Platte.
Get a great deal on Kubota M-Series utility tractors. Our powerful, versatile lineup is built to do it all. So whether you need to mow, rake, stack, lift, or pull, get it done right with Kubota M-Series utility tractors. Right now, get Kubota M-Series utility tractors for 0 down and 0% APR for 60 months, plus save up to $3,000. Now through June 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
See the full line of Kubota products at your North Platte Kubota on South Highway 83 or online at npkubota.com.
Welcome back. It's a top of the third inning here at Bill Wood Field. The Nationals holding on to a 1-0 lead. Run on no hits, no errors. Compared to the no runs on 3 hits and 1 error for Kearney, it's been Jack Polk has done a good job of navigating some treacherous waters that not only has he put himself in, but has done an even better job of getting out of them. Had the bases loaded last inning. Didn't allow 1 run to come across. So it's a weird stat line if you think about it. 3 hits have already been put up to the name of Kearney, so you'd expect them, hey, one of those have gone to have come home. Nope. Fortunately for them, it has not. Nationals, on the other hand, have yet to record a hit. And I'm not going to lie, we've seen a couple of these games from the Nationals where they've had more runs than they had, at least up to the point, hits. I think the Lexington game early in the season was a prime example of that. They had 4 runs in that game to no hits. They had an inning where they scored 4 whole runs but didn't record a single hit. So Polk now going to pitch in. The first one is going to be Carter Lee as the first pitch falls in there for strike number 1 to Lee. Polk up, though, to 47 pitches, which I don't think Coach Ricky Holm was really hoping to see through these couple of innings. That one popped up, drifting towards left field side. Underneath it gets right, and he'll get there to grab it for first out of the inning. Good pitch, good out from the Nationals, and that's what Ricky Holm was looking for earlier in this game. Not throwing too many pitches to wear out Polk, but get some quick outs to preserve that arm. Again, they got a tournament and a doubleheader coming up. Doubleheader tomorrow at home versus Columbus, and then the tournament in Cheyenne. Polk now going to have Nolan Smith up to bat. He was up a couple innings ago, 0 for 1 to his name so far, as the first pitch from Polk is down low for ball number 1. Following Smith, Ty Redinger and Scout Simmons in the hole. Polk gets the sign from Byer. Gets into his motion. Here comes the 1-0. Swung on, drilled, deep left center field onwards comes Brocious. And he'll get there to grab it. Andrew Brocious showing the speed from right field, tracking that ball down in the outfield. Great effort and just tremendous speed from Brocious. That one was going to be a tough play either which way, and now there's 2 down here in the top of the third. This is what Coach Ricky Holm was looking for in this ball game, as that now brings up Ty Redinger, who's 0 for 1 with the ground out in his last appearance. Polk's first pitch to him is in there, strike number 1. So very excited again from what Polk has done this inning, and that probably is going to make Coach Ricky Holm in the dugout a little more easy. See if he can keep with Jack Polk going forward. Here comes the 0-1. That one teetering on the edge of the zone, but doesn't get the call that time. It's 1-1 now. 1-1 count with 2 outs. Redinger at the plate, then Scout Simmons and Keegan Brandt. The 1-1 from Polk. Swung, roller, that'll get into the outfield past the arc driving glove. Actually picked up on the side of Carter Kelly. Good effort from him, though couldn't get the ball as quickly on over to Robinson because he had to really dive out to get it. So with that, Redinger is on over to first base with Scout Simmons up to bat. He reached on a single in his last appearance with a courtesy runner now coming up. Gavin Goodner going to be coming in. Corin Conrad, the courtesy runner for Kearney, who's at first base. That brings up Scout Simmons, who's 1 for 1 with a single in his lone plate appearance this evening. Here comes the first pitch from Polk. That one's in there, strike number 1. Polk really battening down the hatches these last couple of innings, and specifically this inning alone has really put up a strong effort. Yeah, he's given up 4 hits so far in this ball game, but done an excellent job of navigating through those 4 hits and not allowing a single one to come across. He does have a runner at first base. Can pick on over to first base, but with that, Conrad's able to get back in time. Nationals, though, still leading 1-0. 1 run on no hits and no errors for the FNBO Nationals senior squad. No runs on 4 hits and 1 error for the Kearney senior squad as Polk delivers the 0-1. Runner goes. That one popped. Driven into right field. Brocious is able to get there in time. And that is the 3rd out of the inning. It would have been a quick 1-2-3. One runner got on the base pads, but Polk did his job. We head now to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Nationals still hanging on to that slim lead, 1-0.
Experience is something many can claim, but few can live up to. Larry's Glass has decades of experience, from small window jobs to large industrial businesses. Larry's has the right experience to get the work completed and looking incredible the first time. No more rookies looking at your window and trying to figure out if it's glass or if it's plastic. Larry's Glass has the knowledge, expertise, and experience to handle every type of glass situation. Others say they have it, only Larry's can claim it. Experience. Find it at Larry's Glass in North Platte.
A proven track record of success. It's what you expect, and that's what you get from Lindemeyer Law Office of North Platte. With more than 130 years of combined legal experience, the attorneys at Lindemeyer Law Office have handled it all with personalized and aggressive representation both in and out of the courtroom. Attorneys Robert Lindemeyer, Amanda Spikert, Kent Florum, Shantae Durham, and Kent Turnbull are ready. Having the right experience in court is critical. Call Lindemeyer Law Office at 308-534-6740 or visit flatrocklaw.com.
FNBO Nationals American Legion Baseball on 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center.
Welcome back. FNBO Nationals leading 1-0 over Kearney here in the fortified group. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Check out Kevin McGann in the fortified group at his new location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Cole Wright up to bat, leading off here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Walked in his first at-bat. I want to thank also our premier sponsors for today, the D&N Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota and Hanson Plumbing and Heating. Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair, and Lindemeyer Law Office. First pitch is outside to Cole Wright. I don't want to kind of float the superstition out there, but to lead off every inning, a Nationals player has walked. All of them, most of the pitches high and away. So the first pitch was a ball. Next pitch finds its way in for strike number 1. Again, I've got to knock on some wood here because I might have broke the streak with that one in the caster curse. Foster with the 1-1 count to right, gets set, and now delivers that 1-1. Slow chopper, going to get back over to Foster, hands it, barehands it, runs it on over to first. It's going to get out of the glove of Nolan Smith. So with that, Cole Wright's going to waltz his way on over to second base. So it was a great play by Foster to barehand that sucker. He threw it on over to first, but the throw pulled the first baseman, Nolan Smith, off his bag. He would have ran into Cole Wright if he was able to grab it. So it was a single that turned into an error that moved Cole Wright on over to second base. So Caden Johnson up to bat now. Nobody out. Runner at second base being Cole Wright. So another opportunity for the Nationals to get a run across. And that is the first recorded hit for the Nationals in this ball game. They still lead 1-0. Right at second. Foster now looking to regain himself as Johnson at the plate. Glances at second, does Foster. Here comes the pitch. That one's down low. Ball number 1. If you turn your clocks back to the first inning, Johnson had a magnificent battle between Foster that resulted in a walk on a full count. So let's see how much that's now gotten into the head of Quinn Foster as he then takes up Johnson again with Cole Wright at second. The pitch on over to second, not going to be there in time as that pulled off the bag. Carter Lee off the bag. So Wright able to get back to second in time. Johnson still at the plate with a 1-0 count. Foster likes what he sees from Redinger. Here comes the 1-0. Bunt attempt. The throw on over to third is going to be there in time as Wright didn't get a good jump off as an easy play at third as Redinger, with that strike right down the middle, is able to easily pop up from his catcher position, throw it on over to third, and tag Cole Wright out. Again, you love the base running or the aggressiveness from head coach Ricky Hall, but sometimes it can just bite you in the rear end. He gets tagged out at third, so now 1 out, no runners on. That little half-hearted check swing is going to be off the bat of Johnson. So now it's a 1-2 count with 1 out and nobody on. So following the tag out at third, it's now 1 out and a 1-2 count to Johnson from Foster. That one down low, ball number 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nationals again had a prime opportunity that time to get a run to come across, but coach wanted to be a little aggressive on the base pad. Didn't work out. That rifle pitch way up in the zone for ball number 3. It's now been worked full. So another full count to Johnson in his back-to-back at-bats. Can he get the walk? Here comes the 3-2 from Foster. Swing and a miss from Johnson. That would have been, it looked like, down and away for another ball, but he gets caught swinging for strike number 3. And with that, 2 are down here in the bottom of the third inning. Nationals, though, still holding on to the meager 1-run lead. 1-0, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, compared to the no runs on 4 hits and 2 errors on the side of Kearney. So here comes Carson Johnson, who last sacrificed his fly out to right field, where he was able to score the lone run of the ball game. The first pitch to him is in for strike number 1. So following Johnson, Tristan Byer, and then Carter Kelly. That pitch is high and away. Ball number 1. We're up to 49 pitches on the side of Quinn Foster here in the bottom of the third. Likes what he sees from Redinger, and now looks to deliver the 1-1. Swung on, slow roller, going to get on over to Carter Lee. It's short, and it goes out of the glove of Carter Lee. So with that error again, Carson Johnson going to make his way on over to first base. As he reached first on that error at short. So now bringing up Tristan Byer, who struck out swinging in his lone appearance this evening. 3 errors already on the side of Kearney. Again, Ricky Holm kind of hitting himself following that caught stealing from Cole Wright earlier this inning. The pitch bout on over to Johnson at first. He gets back in time safely. If Cole Wright didn't get called out earlier, that would have been an easy run. It would have been 2-0, but still 1-0 for the Nationals here. Johnson on over at first. Another pitch out from Foster to first. Not in time as Johnson gets back. Really getting into the head of Quinn Foster with the amount of steals and aggressive base running the Nationals have shown in this game. It's been kind of an even split of it's worked and then it hasn't worked. Two runners have been caught stealing. The first pitch into Beyer is outside for ball number 1. Blaze Zeiler and Cole Wright both were caught stealing third, but easily waltzed into second when they stole it in their first attempts. So it's a 1-0 count with 2 outs. Johnson on over at first for Tristan Beyer at the back. At the plate, excuse me. Here comes now as time is called at the plate, Beyer had to need some extra time as Quinn Foster is taking a little bit longer, and it threw off the concentration of Beyer, so he took some time. He's back into the box, and he's ready to rock and roll. 1-0 count to him with 2 outs here. Foster glances at first, going to pitch it on over to first again. That time Johnson a little further away. Kind of sketchy if he was going to make it back, but did so, and it's now still a 1-0 count to Tristan Beyer. 3 pitches on over to first to get Johnson back. Here comes the pitch. High again. That's ball number 2. Because of all, it looks like all of those pitching out to first, it's thrown a little bit of Foster's momentum and concentration he's gotten. So 2 straight balls to Beyer. There's a 2-0. High again, ball 3. That's kind of been the trend for Foster in this ball game. Is he's thrown 25 balls, and I would guess I'd put my money on a majority of them being high in the zone above the head almost. And I'll probably win that bet 10 times out of 10, so pay up now, everybody. Here comes the 3-0. That one sneaks into the zone right at the bottom for strike number 1 to Beyer. Following Tristan Beyer, Carter Kelly, and then Jack Polk. Doubleheader for North Platte seniors tomorrow, starting at 3 o'clock. There goes Johnson. That one, though, popped foul into the parking lot area. It's now a full count. So a 3-2 count, a full count. 3-2 with 2 outs here. Johnson on over at first. Beyer at the bag, at the plate. I don't know why I keep saying it's the base bag. It's not. Foster glances at first again. He gets set. Here comes. He's going to throw it on over to first as Johnson gets back in time. Another close one for Carson Johnson. Really pushing the limits on how far his leadoff is from first base. Just barely able to get back. So Beyer steps back into the box. 3-2 the count with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Foster up to 55 pitches. He glances at first again. Gets set. Here's the 3-2. Swung on, and that's going to get over to Simmons at third. On to first in time, and that'll do it for the bottom of the 3rd inning. 1 runner left on board again. Nationals, though, still leading this ball game right at the moment. 1-0. More action around the corner right here. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Mow like a pro with Hustler Turf zero-turn mowers. They engineer their mowers to be maintenance and service friendly for the everyday homeowner while not sacrificing the build and cut quality they're known for. From the heavy-duty frame to the welded steel deck to their trademark smooth track steering, Hustler Turf zero-turn mowers deliver professional-grade cut quality for a perfectly manicured lawn. Come into Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair to see the Hustler difference for yourself today. Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair, 2220 Prospect Drive, North Platte.
How would you like to get a warranty on a used car, truck, or SUV? When you purchase a qualified pre-owned vehicle at Premier Toyota in North Platte, it comes with a 6-month or 6,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. 6-month or 6,000 miles, whichever comes first. That is totally awesome when you are buying a pre-owned vehicle. Stop out and talk to the friendly staff at Premier Toyota, just south of I-80 today. Take a test drive and get a warranty on qualified pre-owned vehicles. Let's go places.
Welcome to the top of the 4th inning. Thank you to our premier sponsors, Dean at Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota for sponsoring today's FNBO National Senior and Junior Baseball game. Still on the mound for the Nationals, Jack Polk. Polk so far up to 55 pitches, 36 strikes, and 19 balls. Again, if you talk with Coach Ricky Holm, 55 through this mark of the stretch in the top of the fourth is okay, but not what he was looking for. We have seen the Nationals go upwards of 100 pitches. And with the way the last inning went for Polk, you would say that it's more encouraging as he's able to get down on 3 outs much quicker than he had the previous at-bats. Had 48 going into his last appearance an inning ago. Got out with 55, so looking a little better. Keegan Brand, though, up to bat. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out in his first appearance this evening. So 1 Nationals lead 1-0. 1 run on 1 hit compared to the no runs on 4 hits. First pitch into Brand. Off speed sneaks its way in. Strike number 1. So now here comes the 0-1. Slow roller, going to get into the glove of Cooper Hill, who drops it as he was trying to, he didn't get it in time as he was trying to transition it over to his hand, then on to Robinson, but didn't get there in time. Keegan Brand is able to get on to first following the error. Hill couldn't field it too cleanly at third, so Brand's able to walk his way into first following the error from Hill at third base. So that brings in Aiden Poppy. 1 for 1 with a single. In his first appearance, Hill is in the infield expecting a bunt from Poppy. Throw on over to first is going to easily get Keegan Brand on back. So Nationals again leading 1-0. 1 run on 1 hit and 1 error compared to no runs, 4 hits, and 3 errors for Kearney. Polk has the sun in his eyes. He's going to glance on over at first base with Cooper Hill on the infield. The pitch. Down low, ball number 1 to Poppy. Following Poppy, Blake Rethus, and then Owen Fritzen. So 1-0 the count. Pitch on over to first is going to get Brand back in time, no problem. So 1-0 count to Poppy. Here comes the pitch. Poppy looking to bunt. He's going to bunt it down the first baseline. Polk's going to grab it, throw it on the first. Robinson will easily record that first out, but it was a successful sacrifice bunt. As on over to second goes Brand. As runner gets on over to second with the bunt. So now we have a runner at third, and that's going to bring up then Blake Rethus. First pitch in from Polk, just too low and outside the zone for ball number 1 to Rethus. So runner at second is going to be Brand. For Rethus up to bat. The pitch, that's in there. Strike number 1. Good pitch from Jack Polk. Polk again trying to go another inning without giving up a run. He's given up 4 hits though, but in those 4 hits, he's been successful in directing traffic around and not allowing 1 run to come across. The 1-1 swung on, driven blooper that'll probably get down for a base hit, and it will do. So with that, it's going to advance the runner Keegan Brand on over to third base. As Poppy's able to get it easily in. As Rethus is able to get it into the outfield for a base hit. So now with the runners at the corners and 1 out, another situation where Jack Polk's going to have to do some Houdini magic to make sure that no run comes across and the Nationals preserve this 1-0 lead. So walk for Fritzen in his first appearance as that one is fouled back behind the stands for strike number 1. 1 out here, top of the 4th inning. Runners at the corners. Brand at third. Rethus at over at first. With up to bat being Owen Fritzen, the 8-hole hitter. Here comes the 0-1 from Polk. That one going to be a blooper. That's going to get into the outfield for a base hit, and with that, Keegan Brand's going to make his way home with an RBI single, as now the game is tied 1-1. Fritzen on over at first. Rethus on over at second. Bring up Caleb Larson now. Tied game here at Bill Wood Field. Nationals had the 1-run lead, but now have had the game tied up. Bring it up Caleb Larson, who's 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. Polk up to 64 pitches. The first pitch to Caleb Larson is down in the dirt. Gets a little bit away from Tristan Byer, but not far enough to advance the runners. So, again, Larson 1 for 2. He singled in his first at-bat, though struck out swinging in his next one. Polk glances at second. Now here comes the 1-0. Slow roller, going to go on over to Kelly at second. On it goes to first. Won't get there in time, so 1 out. Will be forced at second base, though they couldn't get the double. So with that, Rathus is on to third. The runner at second is tagged out. So now Larson at first, and then Rathus at third, with 2 outs here in the inning. Another situation where Jack Polk is looking to get out of the inning. He's only given up the 1 run this inning, but looking to do it, only giving up that 1 run as Carter Lee's up to bat. He walked and flew out in his first 2 appearances. Polk delivers. That pitch in there. Strike number 1 to Carter Lee. Runners at the corners. Larson at first, Rethus at third. 0-1 the count with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Nationals now tied with Kearney 1-1. The pitch on over to first, get Larson back, not in time. So Larson able to get back. So an 0-1 count with 2 outs here. Polk still on the mound for the Nationals. Here it goes. That pitch had to get Carter Lee jumping out of the zone. Up over the ball. It's 1-1 count now to him. Still runners at the corners. Raidus on over at first. And then Larson on over at first base. So Polk glancing again on at first as a 1-1 count to Lee. Delivers that. Down once again, that in the dirt. Ball 2. Byer able to scoop it up. So 6 hits with 1 run to the name of Kearney. They do have 3 errors as well. 1 run on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. Comes the 2-1, slow roller. That'll get off the bottom of the leg of the runner, Caleb Larson, and because of that, that's an out for runner interference. So that'll end the inning. Nationals only allowing 1 run to come across. So because of that, it's 1-1 the ball game. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Nationals tied up 1-1.
While the weather outside may not make you think about camping, now really is the perfect time to get ready for when that springtime camping fever hits. Larry's RV in North Platte has several Rockwood and Bullet travel trailers and 5th wheels on the lot, as well as the milestones that will leave you in awe. Inventory has been hard to come by, and now is the time to shop for what you want before it's gone. With approved credit, Larry's RV makes buying your RV an easy and affordable process. Bundle up and come see what Larry's RV in North Platte has to offer.
Your home is the one place where everything should be perfect, including your air. checks. It's as easy as picking up the phone to stay cool this summer. Call Hanson's 534-5020. Hanson's Plumbing and Heating of North Platte.
Welcome to the Fortified Group, bottom of the fourth inning. Nationals currently tied with Kearney 1-1. 1 run on 6 hits and 3 errors for Kearney. 1 run on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. It's a weird stat. Again, you think that stat line, you think, man, Kearney should have more runs coming across. Yeah, well, they should have, but Jack Polk did an amazing job through his time in these innings to not allow anything to come across. But now that's going to bring up Carter Kelly up to bat here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Jack Polk up next with Ty Robinson in the hole. Carter Kelly struck out looking in his first plate appearance. We're going to turn that around here in the second. Foster still on the mound. The pitch from him. Swung on, and that's going to go over to Simmons at third for the first out of the inning. An absolute dart picked up on over at third. Lining out, for out number 1. So, what a start to this bottom of the fourth inning. Nationals now have Jack Polk up to bat. He walked in his first appearance. Foster delivers the first pitch to Polk here. That pitch outside for ball number 1. So Polk now with a 1-0 count with 1 out here in the bottom of the fourth. The pitch, that one in there, strike number 1 to Jack Polk. Following Polk, Ty Robinson, and then Cooper Hill. 1-1 the score at the moment. Here comes the 1-1 though from Foster, and that's down in the dirt for ball number 2. 2 balls and 1 strike to Polk. 3 errors, though, have come across for Kearney, mostly on the defensive side as that fastball sneaks its way in for strike 2 with some heat behind it. But most of the errors that have been on the side of Kearney have just come on the defensive front. Their inability sometimes to just glove a ground out. Here comes the 2-2. That one's a chopper. That's going to get on over to short. It's going to get on over the glove, though, of Carter Lee. And with that, Polk's going to get his way onto first. To talk about another error, you couldn't have summed it up much better, as another error has come to cross on the side of Kearney as Carter Lee errored. So with that, another courtesy runner comes in. It's, guess what? No kidding here. The blazing man himself, Blaze Zeiler. Zeiler already successful in his 1 steal. Well, he was 1 and 2. He was successful in his first steal on over to second, but unsuccessful on his steal for third. So Ty Robinson up to bat. Now he's 0 for 1 with a flyout in his first appearance. That pitch in from Foster down low for ball number 1. 4 total errors on the side of Kearney here through their 4 2/3 innings. Tied ball game, though, 1 apiece with Zeiler on over at first. They're going to pitch it on over to first. Zeiler gets back in time. So, Robinson up to bat following Ty Robinson, Cooper Hill, and Andrew Brocious. Then back to the top of the order after Brocious. Foster glances at first. He has a 1-0 count against Robinson. Now going to pitch on over to first again. He knows Zeiler's got the speed, so he's going to try to be extra cautious and extra aware of him looking to run. One and one the count. Zeiler at first. Robinson at the plate. A 1-0 count to him with 1 out. Foster finally will deliver. There goes Zeiler. You saw it coming a mile away, and even though you saw it a mile away, Zeiler is able to easily waltz in to third. So another stolen base for Blaze, the Blaze man Zeiler. I don't think that's his nickname. That's what I created just now. It was absolutely horrendous. We'll put that one in the trash can and save it for later. So Zeiler on over at second. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to try to steal for third sometime this inning. Robbins still with a 2-0 count to Robbins. That bad. Speak of the devil, and that time he gets there. You just can't make it up with just Blaze Zeiler and his ways. Another stolen base. It's a 2-1 count to Robinson, though with 1 out. Robinson just needs to float it into the outfield to bring Blaze Zeiler home, and the Nationals retake the lead. You know what? At this point, Coach Holm, just steal home. Just do it at this point. Do it for the memes. I know it's probably not going to work, but like the way Zeiler's been running, as that pitch bunted and over the top of the netting, it's now a 2-2 count. But with the way Zeiler's been getting off of the base pad, might as well just say, screw it, let's steal home. It's going to be tough because Quinn Foster's a right-handed pitcher, so he has a direct line of sight of third base. So it can't be as sneaky as you'd expect from a person who throws left-handed, so he can't see it. But now it's a 2-2 count with 1 out to Ty Robinson. Zeiler on over at third, following his stolen second and then third base. Here comes a 2-2. Oh, in there, strike 3. Gets Robinson looking. That's out number 2 of the inning. So now on comes Cooper Hill. He reached on an error in his last appearance, but he needs just a single to get into the outfield to bring the runner home. Blaze Zeiler doing magic on the base pads, getting to a position for the Nationals to get a run home. Here comes the pitch. That one is high and had to get Redinger from his catcher position. And they actually call Foster on the balk. So with that, here comes Blaze Zeiler easily walking on home. So there's a balk. And that is what a crazy turn of events. So now it's a 2-1 lead following the balk from Foster. So the first pitch into Cooper Hill is down low for ball number 1. So it looks like it was a balk. So here comes the 1-0. Swing and a miss from Hill. So there's 1-1 the count. But any which way, the Nationals now regain the lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning, now up 2-1. Still, 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 error, doing the dirty work on the base pads to get this lead compared to the 1 run on 6 hits from Kearney, who have doing it the old-fashioned way, as that pitch is outside 2-1. And that's probably going to be a question for head coach Ricky Holm. Hey, coach, another game where you scored more runs than hits at this point. Is that pitch? Big swing and a miss from Cooper Hill as he was looking to go yard. But again, another game where you're getting these runs not through the offensive production. You know, how do you make that feel as that one sneaks in for strike 3? Hill thought that one was on the outside, but now they're going to say it got in. So because of that, as head coach Ricky Holm now going to go talk to the home plate umpire following that last strikeout. But with that, we head now to the top of the 5th inning. Nationals regain the lead, though. They now lead 2-1.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. I'm Farmers Agent Stephen Rhodes. I can help you understand your options so we can prepare for whatever the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. To learn more, call me, Farmers Agent Stephen Rhodes, at 308-534-9050. Find out how I can help you protect the things that matter most.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
At Mid-Plains Community College, we see it. Your drive to make a difference. Chart your own path. Create your own future. Through our diverse health occupation programs, the career you're considering is waiting for you. You can provide comfort, save lives, be a hero in your community. Your path at MPCC is limitless. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see you. We are MPCC.
Welcome back. It's now top of the 5th inning. Nationals regaining the lead in the last inning. They now lead 2-1. Coach was still talking with the home plate umpire all throughout that middle part of the inning, or making his way to the top of the inning. He was arguing his case with that home plate umpire. Didn't get got some sort of resolution because he head back to the dugout. So now that's going to bring up to bat now Nolan Lee. Nolan Smith up to bat now, 0 for 2. He was a ground out and a fly out victim in his last appearances. Jack Polk still on the mound. The first pitch to Nolan. Smith is outside for ball number 1. Nationals, 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 error. 1 run on 6 hits and 4 errors for Kearney. Here comes the 1-0 from Polk. Swung on, and that'll get over to the shortstop, Kelly. Gloves it on to first. It gets there in time. There's a good recovery from Carter Kelly. Took a quick one out to his glove at short, but able to get it there in time for the out number 1. So now 1 down here in the top of the 5th inning. Nationals again just eking on to that 1-run lead, 2-1. Now that brings up Ty Redinger, 1 for 2, a ground out and a single in his last 2 appearances. Polk delivers now. That one, bouncer is going to get over to Hill at third. Can't glove it as it took a nasty bounce. He couldn't haul it in. So with that error, Redinger is going to make his way on to first. So an infield single from Redinger brings now out Simmons. 1 for 2, a single and a fly out. So crazy, 7 hits have come across for Kearney, though they've only gotten 1 run across the plate. So here comes Scout Simmons. Redinger on over at first. First pitch from Polk, slow off speed. That was a little too slow and hit the dirt. Ball number 1 to Simmons. Following Simmons can be Keegan Brand, then Aiden Poppy. Sun's starting to set a little bit here in the top of the 5th inning. Polk glances and delivers the 1-0. Check swing, but it's going to fall in either which way for strike number 1 to Simmons. So now here comes Simmons back in. 1-1 the count with Redinger on over at first base. Here comes that 1-1 from Polk. Redinger's going to go, he's going to swing, and he's going to foul it off the bat of Simmons. So with that, back goes Redinger on over to first base.
Sponsor for the Nationals, juniors and seniors on the season, FNBO. Simmons has been a confident player as the season continues to progress.
So 1-2 count with Simmons at the plate. Flew out in his last appearance. Polk delivers that 1-2. Off speed again, going to bounce past Tristan Byer. And with that, that's going to move Redinger on over to second following the wild pitch. So now, 2-2 count with the runner at second being Redinger. 1 away, runner at second. It's a 2-2 count though. Polk trying to get out of this at-bat and line up the last at-bat here in the top of the 5th. Polk lances at second. Now delivers the 2-2. Swing. Slow roller on over. That'll get into the outfield for a base hit. They're going to wave the runner Redinger home. The pitch not going to get there in time. So with that, it's going to be a double for Simmons. And that's going to bring the runner home. So now the game is tied once again 2-2 with Scout Simmons now being on over second, as Carter Kelly was a little slow to get up, but he's up now and walking around following his dive attempt to get the ball. So now Keegan Brand checks in, 0 for 2, ground out and reached on an error in his last appearance. So Scout Simmons able to bring the runner home at second and on a double, so it's now tied 2-2. Polk glancing on over at second, and delivers the pitch. Off speed, slithers its way in for strike number 1. So, 2 runs on 8 hits and 4 errors for Kearney. 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. Another off speed that time does not reach the zone. Ball 1. 1-1 the count now to Brand. Following Keegan Brand, Aiden Poppy, and then Blake Rethus. Polk glancing on over at second. Now delivers the 2-2. Or excuse me, the 1-1, as that one is popped back to the netting for strike number 2 off the foul ball. 1-2 the count, 2-2 ball game, 1 out, runner at second base being Scout Simmons for Kearney. Polk trying to, again, navigate this inning, only allowing 1 run to come across. Polk delivers. That pitch, not there. That one teetering on the edge of the zone, but didn't get the call he was looking for. So now it's a 2-2 count with 1 out to Brand. Polk glances at second. Now the 2-2. Swung, slow over to Carter Kelly at short, gloves it on to first. It gets there in time. Out number 2 as that advances the runner on over to third. So with 2 outs, that's going to bring up Aiden Poppy. 1 for 2, he singled, but got out on a bunt in his last plate appearance. So Poppy now up with 2 outs. Runner at second being Scout Simmons. Polk trying to get out of this inning, allowing only 1 run as that off speed gets in. Strike number 1. You always got to be a little scared with those off speeds in the zone, specifically when it's almost down the middle, because then the hitter can just turn on one and drive it deep. Polk got away with that one. Here comes the 0-1. Slow roller on over to Hill at third. Gloves it on to first in time, and that'll end the inning. 1 run came across, but other than that, another good inning coming in from Jack Polk in this FNBO Nationals senior squad. We head now to the bottom of the 5th inning. Nationals now tied back up with Kearney, 2-2.
This is Tammy Timmerman Lashley with Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers. The seller's market has never been stronger than it is right now. Homes are selling quickly and at a premium. If you're thinking about selling your home, please give me a call and let me explain how we will provide the best exposure for your property. Lashley Land has spent over $325,000 in marketing last year alone, with the most progressive marketing out of any other brokerage. Call me to let me explain how we can do things differently at Lashley Land.
This is Brad Moline, president of Allo Communications. I'm proud to say that Allo is participating in the Affordable Connectivity Program, also known as ACP. Allo is committed to providing high-quality internet to everyone in our fiber communities. If you or your household qualifies for federal support, a $30 monthly discount off any of our Allo internet plans may be available. To find out more, please contact Allo, stop by our stores, or go to allofiber.com/ACP.
FNBO Nationals American Legion Baseball on 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center.
And welcome back to a fortified group, bottom of the 5th inning. Andrew Brocious now up to bat for the FNBO Nationals as the game is tied 2-2. 2 runs on 8 hits and 4 errors for Kearney, as that is 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals as the first pitch into Brocious is called for strike number 1. Next pitch is in for strike number 2. So it's now 0-2 the count to Brocious, who's 0 for 1 in his appearances. That one swung, and it's going to get into the foul side of third base line. So it's still going to stay at 0-2. Brocious got a good turn on that one, just a bit too early on it, and it's pulled foul, so it's 0-2 still the count. Nationals at this point getting out-hit, but still somehow keeping almost the lead, the lead through most of this game with only one hit to their name as the first pitch to Brocious down low on this one. 1-2 the count now. Something, again, I'm telling you, it's just something with Bill Wood Field in these wacky games. It's like there's some sort of breeze in the air that just makes everyone's baseball brains turn into mush and turn into an extravaganza. Most games here at Bill Wood Field, specifically for the Nationals, have just been big old comebacks from behind, but here it's just turning into keeping most of the lead on only one hit. Here comes the 1-2. That one popped up as that's driving towards the second base side, and Fritz, and he's backing up for it, and he'll get underneath it to record the first out of the inning from Brocious. Thank you to our sponsors for today, North Platte Kubota, as well as the D&N Event Center, as well as Langmeyer Heating and Cooling, Lindemeyer Law Office, Larry's Glass, and Stephen Rhodes with Farmers Insurance. So with one out, that now brings up the top of the order Cole Wright. Walked and singled in his 2 appearances this evening, now facing one out in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch from Foster finds its way in for strike number 1. Nobody warming up on the side of Kearney in their bullpen. Here comes then the 0-1 pitch from Foster. So that one sneaks in for another strike. It's now 0-2 the count. To the count with one out. Foster gets set and now delivers that 0-2. Check swing, but it's not gone around, so it's a 1-2 count now to Wright. Following Cole Wright, Caden Johnson, and then Carson Johnson. 79 total pitches from Foster in this ball game tonight. The 1-2. That one again high and inside for ball 2. Almost Wright had to pull back on it so he didn't get hit. 2-2 the count. 2-2 ball game here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Foster. High again, ball 3. That's now 3 straight pitches of balls. He did have the lead at 0-2, but Wright's worked his way back into it and threatening to walk a full count here. Foster steps into it for the first 3-2. Swing and a miss from Cole Wright. Down he goes swinging for out number 2 of this inning. Now Caden Johnson coming on in. 2-2 is the lead as the game right now. 2 runs on 8 hits and 4 errors for Kearney. 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. Here comes the first pitch into Johnson. It's going to be high and out of the glove of Redinger for ball number 1. Crazy. Again, so Nationals, again, doubleheader tomorrow against Columbus as the next pitch in to Johnson is a ball 2. Doubleheader tomorrow against Columbus at 3 and 5:30. And then they head on the road to Cheyenne for the Cheyenne 3-day tournament. All that action can be found at FM 98.1, AM 1410. Hold that thought. That one's popped up, drifting towards the third baseman, Simmons. He gets there, records the final out of the inning. Again, Nationals heading on the road to Cheyenne tomorrow. All that coverage for tomorrow and through the weekend can be found FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com. That's the end of the 5th inning. We now head to the top of the 6th. Nationals still tied with Kearney 2-2.
If you'd like to start feeling better today, physical therapy can get your health back on track. This is Dr. Chris Kroll at Kroll Clinic Physical Therapy, and our mission is to serve you by equipping you with the power to reclaim your health. Whether you're dealing with chronic pain, acute injury, or following surgery, we take great pride in helping you return to the activities you love. Kroll Clinic Physical Therapy, balancing bodies, restoring life. Most insurance is accepted and no facility fees.
is your local bank that offers everything in one place. Banking, savings, mortgages, and loans. Why go anywhere else when you can come to us? We can help you through all walks of life. Buying your first home, kids' savings, purchasing a new car, and even retirement. We have you covered. Stop in to see what First State Bank, your local bank, has to offer. First State Bank on the corner of Willow and Rodeo Road. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back here, top of the 6th inning. Nationals tied here with Kearney, 2-2. 2 runs on 8 hits and 4 errors on the side of Kearney. 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. It's been a weird upside down, backward, sideways game where the Nationals held the lead through most of this game on, that's it, 1 hit. Which is a crazy stat line to kind of comprehend. Kearney has gotten 8 hits in this ball game, though have only gotten 2 runs across. So still on the mound for the Nationals is Jack Polk. So Polk's still on the mound for the Nationals here. He's thrown a total of 82 pitches, so I would assume next inning or this inning, depending on how good it goes, he could get replaced as there is action in the bullpen for Kearney. Here in the top of the 6th, Blake Reithus up to bat. First pitch from Polk in for strike number 1. 0-1 the count. 0-1. 2-2 the 2-2 score right now. 2 runs to 2 runs. That is popped sky high. Drifted on over towards first base. Robinson's going for it. He stumbled a bit, but it's going to fall out of the field of play for strike number 2. Robinson really putting on the speed to get there. Unfortunately, it just drifted a little too far out. So that's out of the play for a foul. 0-2 the count. Thank you to today's primary sponsors, North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, as that pitch is down in the dirt for ball number 1. 1-2 the count now. Here comes down the 1-2 from Polk. Swing and a miss. Down he goes, swinging the first out of the inning. Down goes Reithus. There's the first out of the game. So the first pitch from Polk is in for strike number 1 to Fritzen. Polk finding that extra bit of energy here in the top of the 6th. The next pitch is in for strike number 2, following the bunt attempt from Fritz, and then he pulled back. 0-2 now. Again, Jack Polk finding that second win late in this ball game. With the way he's pitching, I wouldn't be surprised if Coach is going to take him all the way. But now the coach of Kearney arguing with the home plate umpire. That's now back-to-back. That's now back-to-back. Both coaches talking with the home plate umpire, but it's an 0-2 count to Fritzen with 2-all ball game. Polk gets set. Here comes the 0-2. Check swing, but that is high and away to Fritzen. 1-2 the count now. A batter warming up on the side of Kearney. As we could either see him this inning or next inning. Here comes a 1-2 in the dirt to Fritzen. It's now 2-2. So 2-2 the count, 1 out here, top of the 6th inning. Polk delivers that payoff pitch. That one is popped. Fouled down the third base side, out of the field of play. Still going to stay at 2-2. Following Fritzen, it's going to be back to the top of the order with Caleb Larson and Carter Lee. Nationals have just been holding on to this lead and haven't trailed a single time in this game, only having 1 hit to their name. It was a 2-2 again. Outside, ball 3. It's now being worked full now. 3-2 the count. To Fritzen. Polk likes receives from Byer. Here comes the full count pitch. Swung on, popped towards center field. Car going to be picked up by Carson Johnson on over at second. Got the wheels in and ran his way out over there to get it. So now 2 are down here in the top of the 6th inning. Bring it up now, Caleb Larson. 2 for 3. Single, struck out swinging, and then singled in his last appearance. Crazy. Again, I just can't quantify how crazy this game has been for the Nationals. Being able to hold on for so long with only 1 hit to their name. Comes the first pitch to Larson. Swung, and it's going to get into left field out of the outreach glove of Cooper Hill. So now with that, that's a 2-out single for Caleb Larson as it just squeaks past the bat. So now Carter Lee's up to bat here with 1 runner on with 2 outs. Oh, 2 outs here. Caleb Larson at first. Carter Lee up to bat. Kearney currently tied with the Nationals 2-2. Polk throws it on over to first. Larson gets back in plenty of time. So, great. Nationals got the lead early in the bottom of the 1st inning, and then it was tied in the top of the 4th. When Kearney got another run, Nationals retook the lead in the bottom of the 4th, and now in the top of the 5th, Kearney able to put it back as that one's popped up. Sky toward left side. Cooper Hill's going to get to it. And he gets there to record the final out, and that'll do it for the top of the 6th inning. Nationals only giving up that 1 hit, and we now head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Nationals now still tied here with Kearney 2-2.
Planning a special event, whether it be a wedding, concert, sporting event, convention, or anything else, the DNN Event Center can handle it all. The DNN Event Center is the biggest event center in North Platte. This building is perfectly suited for anything from small gatherings to major events. Rent just 1 small room or book the entire facility. The choices are endless at the DNN Event Center, your home for exciting events, special moments, and precious memories. Call today to make your reservation at 534-0255.
Go where the herd goes with the fast, durable Kubota Sidekick, featuring a gas-powered engine that delivers a top speed of 40 miles per hour, best-in-class acceleration and handling with cargo, and the strength to haul what needs hauling. All backed by a 2-year, 1,000-hour warranty. Herd cattle, mend fences, and get every job done right with the Kubota Sidekick. Visit your local Kubota dealer today. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
See the full line of Kubota products at your North Platte Kubota on South Highway 83 or online at npkubota.com.
Welcome into a fortified group, bottom of the 6th inning. Nationals tied with Kearney 2-2. 2 runs on 9 hits and 4 errors for Kearney. 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. Pitching really holding the fort down for the FNBO Nationals senior squad in this game as, well, it's come to that time again. It's the bottom of the 6th inning, and that's really when the Nationals offense just comes alive. Many a times here at Billwood Field, and it couldn't be a better person to maybe start that offensive explosion than Carson Johnson. sack flied and errored in reach on an error in his 2 appearances. The first pitch from Foster, who's still in the game, to him. Ball number 1. Do have a pitcher warming up in the bullpen for Kearney. Foster's next pitch in strike 1. 1-1 the count. Foster at 87 total pitches. Either side is nearing 100 gosh darn pitches, with neither side looking like they're slowing down anytime soon. As that next pitch is outside for ball number 2 to Johnson. Following Carson Johnson, Tristan Byer, and then Carter Kelly. Here comes the 2-1. Ooh, that one really close to hitting Johnson there, but it's called for a ball. It's 3-1 the count now. So 2 runs apiece for either side in the bottom of the 6th inning. There's the 3-1. That one popped up and driven out to the outfield. Coming on is Carter Lee to get it. And he gets there to grab it for out number 1. So now, with 1 down, Tristan Byer up to bat now. Byer on the day 0 for 2, struck out swinging and grounded out. Again, a game where it's just the Nationals have been unable to find some offense in terms of their hitting production. They're able to get across the plate following the errors of Kearney, but not on their own fruition. Here comes the first pitch to Byer. That one's going to slip in for strike number 1. Comes the 0-1. That pitch in there again, strike number 2 to Byer. So 0-2 the count with 1 out here. Tristan Byer up to bat here in the bottom of the 6th inning. A fortified group, bottom of the 6th inning. Foster delivers. As Redinger had to get out of his catching stance to grab that one. It's 1-2 now. Thank you to our premier sponsors for today, TNN Event Center, as well as North Platte Kubota. And our other sponsors, Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair, Larry's Glass, and Hanson Plumbing and Heating. That next pitch outside once more. Ball number 2. So Foster, with a 2-2 count, gets set and delivers. That hits Byer in the arm. With that, Tristan Byer going to walk his way on over to first. So that one just got, here he comes, everybody. Blaze Seiler now up. He's on here at first. I'm going to put 100 buckaroos down that he's going to try to steal first. How about that one? Anyone to take that bet with me? I know you wouldn't want to because he's going to do, here comes the head coach, though, now of Kearney. They're catching on to the scheme, I would guess, at this point. Anybody could see it from a few hundred miles away of what Ricky Holmes' plan is going to be with Blaze Seiler on the base pad. So here comes, it's not going to be a pitching change. I would assume they're hoping Foster can make it through this inning to go into next inning with the pitching change, but with the man himself, Blaze Seiler, on the base pad at first, they're probably just going out there to talk about what's going to happen. Because knowing head coach Ricky Holm, he's gonna steal. You can't take that out of Coach Ricky Holm. No matter how much of a struggle bus they've been having offensively, if he gets a runner on the base pad, that person's gonna at least steal second. And most of the time it's successful. We get kind of sketchy when we get to at second and trying to steal third. That's a little less successful. So Carter Kelly up to bat. He's 0 for 2 with 1 out now. Foster glances on over at first. And here comes the pitch on over to first. Seiler gets back in time. That one was close. Seiler playing with some fire on how far his leadoff was. So still no pitch on over to Seiler. Or excuse me, to Carter Kelly. So Foster really taking a long time to get something. He glances on over at first, gets set. Here comes a fair. Goes Zeiler. There he goes. You can see it coming. He slides into second, and it's going to hit the umpire right in the leg as he was looking to see if he was going to get the safe into second. Well, because of that now, Zeiler successfully gets into second with a little help from the gods itself, from the catcher. So Zeiler in at second, and here we go yet again with, it was a good assist from the umpire, able to help Zeiler easily get into second with no issue. It's a 1-0 count now to Kelly. So Carter Kelly calls time at the plate. So Zeiler, at how much are we going to, I don't know. Knowing Ricky Holm, he's going to want to try to steal third. Will he do it, though? This late in the game, is he looking to get that last run, or is he going to trust his hitters to bring that run home? So one out here to Carter Kelly. They're actually going to catch Zeiler in a pickle. They're going to get him on a balk. That one was clear as day. Foster was getting into his motion. Oh, here we go. Here comes the Kearney coach. Oh, here we go. He's coming out, and he is absolutely furious with the second base umpire. He's calling Foster on the balk. Here we go. He's very animated on it. And I understand, the coach's frustration, but that really was the definition of a balk. He begun, and the definition of a balk is if you get into your pitching motion but pull out and throw it to a base pad, that's a balk. And that's exactly what Foster did. So, heck, Blaze Zeiler, who was caught in the pickle, it would have been a disaster for the Nationals, makes his way on over to third base following the balk. So now Carter, this head coach at Kearney really getting his money's worth. So I think we're having a pitching change. It looks like they're bringing out an extra guy, number 6. I think there is going to be a pitching change. Coach is still talking with, they're just talking with Foster here, since head coach is still arguing his case now with the home base umpire. So this is a perfect opportunity for the Nationals to regain the lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Still the craziest thing to have. I'm telling you, Bill Woodfield got some magic somewhere, especially in the late innings, as no matter how far down the Nationals are or how terrible it's been offensively for them in this ball game, they're able to work their magic, and they are going to have a pitching change, actually, as down goes Quinn Foster. He's done for the day. So I think it's Caleb Larson, if I saw correctly. Larson will be the pitcher here. But with a runner at third being Blaze Zeiler and one out, you couldn't have asked Coach Ricky Holm for a better situation. If the Nationals can somehow bring home Zeiler, that's going to then bring on Carter Kelly, the closer, for at least the last 3 outs. I don't want to breathe it into existence, but do we potentially see a stolen home base here? It might be risky because, again, Caleb Larson pitches right, so he has a direct line of sight on over to third. I know how crazy sometimes Coach Ricky Holm is for those, just to get those stolen bases. It would be really close if Ricky Holm was gonna do it. I don't think he will. With Carter Kelly up to bat and one out here, and 1 ball to his name, and Zeiler on over at third. He's praying that Carter Kelly is able to fly it on out to the outfield. Excuse me, it's Ryan Knipping who's actually on the mound, and not Caleb Larson. So here we go. 1-0's the count. Zeiler is at third base. Kelly just needs to fly it out to the outfield, and he knows it. He knows what his job is. It's all about not getting behind in the count. So Knipping, seeing his first action relief effort. In a tough situation, Zeiler at third. First pitch bunt attempt. That one was quite scary. Kelly trying to bunt it down the first base side so that Zeiler is able to waltz it home. Zeiler was almost halfway down the third base line following the missed ball from the catcher, Redinger. Here comes the 1-1. Another bunt attempt that's going to go foul. Now it's a 1-2 count to Carter Kelly, and that's not what head coach Ricky Holm was looking for at this at-bat. Trying super hard to bring Zeiler home with all their might. Nationals have been out-hit this game, just trying to find any way possible to bring it home. Knipping delivers. That one driven to the deep outfield. It's going to do it. That's going to bring home Zeiler following the out. Oh my good heavens, with a 1-2 count. Carter Kelly drives one to deep center field for the sacrifice fly. Man, after missing both those bunt attempts, he's able to bring it home. And now the Nationals lead 3-2 on just one hit alone. I'm telling you, Bill Woodfield has something in the dirt that just makes this national team not want to lose no matter what. It's an interesting, they don't make it easy here, but they keep bringing some sort of magic, as now here comes Jack Polk, who's 0 for 1 in his at-bats. With 2 outs now, a walk and an error to his name, or walk and reaching on base on an error. It's now 3-2 Nationals up. If I just can't believe it. As Knipping now delivers the 0-1 to Polk. That pitch sneaks its way in for strike number 2. It's now 0-2 the count to Polk with 2 outs here. Knipping gets set, likes what he sees from Redinger, and here then comes the 0-2. Swing and a miss from Polk. He goes down swinging. That'll do it for the inning. But that game advancing run. The Nationals now lead by 1, heading into the top of the 7th inning. Last 3 outs for the Nationals now that they have the lead. Can they hold on? We'll have to find out. Don't you turn that dial. More action here around the corner on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
Larry's Glass would like to thank all of their valuable customers over the years for voting them #1 in glass replacement. Larry's Glass is a full-service glass company, from car windows and storefronts to custom-cut glass, mirrors, and more. If you need glass, Larry's Glass has you covered. They take pride in their work with professional installation and satisfaction guaranteed. Thank you for your patronage over the years and for voting them #1 in glass replacement. Larry's Glass on the corner of 5th and Vine, where they do glass and so much more.
With lots of new and pre-owned vehicles, Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte is ready to help you get into the ride you've been dreaming of, whether you want to buy or lease. Find out for yourself what an enjoyable experience it is to do business with the staff at Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota also offers the Toyota Cares maintenance plans. Test drive a new Toyota today and like them on Facebook for what's new. Let's go places. Premier Toyota in North Platte. FNBO Nationals American Legion Baseball on 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center.
Welcome back. Top of the 7th inning. Pitching change on the mound. Interesting one. It's Carson Johnson will be taking the pitches here in the top of the 7th inning. Johnson, a really good pitcher, but the closer designated by Coach Ricky Holm was Carter Kelly. So it's interesting to see him going with Johnson here, but Johnson, a great pitcher in his own right, just needs 3 outs. After the craziness of this game has produced, 3 outs is all that is needed. Nationals leading 3-2. 2 runs on 9 hits and 4 errors for Kearney. 3 runs on 1 hit. That's right, 3 runs. They're leading on 1 hit and 1 error is the way the Nationals are up right now. Though, due up to bat here on the side of of Kearney, it's going to be Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith 0 for 3 right now in this ball game. Again, thank you to our premier sponsors, though, North Platte Kubota and the D&N Event Center. So Nolan Smith 0 for 3. ground out, fly out, and a ground out in his 3 appearances tonight. Following Smith, Ty Renninger, and Scout Simmons. Carson Johnson just needs 3 outs, and this crazy game will end in a victory for the Nationals. Nationals up 3-1. Johnson gets the sign from Byer, steps into it and delivers. That one is popped foul. Robinson tracking towards it, but it's going to fall out the field of play for a foul for strike number 1. Everybody here in the press box is basically on the edge of their feet. On the edge of their seat as well. Feet, what? Edge of their feet, hello? That's not the saying. Edge of their seats. So 0-1 the count. Johnson gets set and delivers that. Oh, that one is swung, driven to center field. Onwards comes Jonason. And he'll get there for out number 1. 1 down, just need 2 more out here. Ty Renninger up to bat now. 2 for 3. He started off rather weak with an 0-1 count. And now has singled in his last 2 at-bats. Kearney has 1 out to their name. Following Renninger, Scout Simmons and Keegan Brand. He steps into the batter's box. He's ready. Johnson steps into it. Pitch in the dirt for ball number 1. 1-0 the count now. Man, you can just feel the tension in the stadium with this game. I'm going to have a heart attack, it feels like. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Johnson. Down low again for ball number 2. Two 2-0 with 1 out. 3-2 lead for the Nationals here in the top of the 7th inning, able to get the 1-run last inning on a wild situation. So Johnson now with the 2-0 pitch. Once more down low. That's now 3-0 from Johnson. Again, trying to blow the doors off of Renninger, but now he's put himself in a 3-0 hole. Johnson likes what he sees from Byer, gets set, and here comes that 3-0 pitch. That one low again for ball 4. That's a 4-pitch walk, and that's going to move Renninger on over to first. Oh my good heavens. So here comes Scout Simmons now, 2 for 3, a single, a fly out, and a double in his last appearance, that double. Oh boy, it's getting close here, folks. 1 out here, top of the 7th inning. Nationals holding on to that 1-run lead. Fireworks going off in the distance, trying to provide some motivation. Johnson glances at first, gets set. Here comes the first pitch. Dirt again with that pitch. That's now 5 straight pitches from Johnson in the dirt to Simmons. That one now in 0-1, a 1-0 count. Johnson really trying to, again, blow the doors off past these batters, but in doing so is throwing the ball a little too low. So here comes the 1-0 to Simmons from Johnson. That one, slow roller foul. That one, again, a low pitch from Johnson, but that time worked in his favor. It's now 1-1 with 1 out. Well, your best case scenario here is you just get the double play. You get it over to Kelly at short, and then second, and then first, or you at least get a fly out. So Johnson here looking for the save. Here's the 1-1 pitch in the dirt. It's going to get away from Byer, so there goes that scenario of the double play. So now it's a 2-1 count with Renninger on over at second following the passed ball. So now it's 2-1. Again, that'll probably be the big talking point of the night if the Nationals can't bring it home. Choosing Carson Johnson and not going with Carter Kelly at the closer. Probably saving his arm for the doubleheader or the tournament this weekend is my guess. The 2-1 pitch from Johnson. That one popped, drifting towards right field. Onwards comes Brocious. He can't get there in time. He reached out to get it. Couldn't get it. Brocious just right there. couldn't find it and pull it home, so it's still a 2-2. Now it's a 2-2 count. That was extremely close. Brocious just a hair's length away from recording that out. So a 2-2 count now with one out here. Johnson on the mound. Runner at second is Ty Redinger. One out, one-run game. Scout Simmons at the plate. Johnson likes receives from Byer. Gets set. The payoff 2-2. That's fouled into the parking lot. A 2-2 the count. We're still with one out here in the top of the 7th inning for Scout Simmons, who's at the plate. Following Simmons is going to be Keegan Brand and Aiden Poppy. Johnson going to glance at second once more. The 2-2 swung. It's going to get on over to second and over to first in time. There's out number 2. The runner, though, will advance to third, so we're not out of the thick of it yet. But it's getting quite scary. There's 2 outs now here in the top of the 7th inning. That's going to bring up to the plate Keegan Brand, who's 0 for 3. Ground out, reached on an error, and grounded out in his last 3 appearances. Johnson delivers. That one fouled down the third base side. It's getting everybody here, not in just the press box but the stands, there's flying from their seat anytime contact is made with the baseball. So an 0-1 count now to Brandt. Runner at third being Redinger. Johnson delivers the 0-1. Swung on, and that is fouled. So now it's a 0-2 count to Brandt. One more pitch away from Carson Johnson getting the save, knocking on wood at the moment for that good luck. Don't want to cast or curse it. If it does, you can blame me. So 0-2 the count. Johnson probably going to look for an outside pitch and see if Brand's going to swing on it. The 0-2. Oh, that one. Good patience from Brand not to swing on it with the game on the line. And then also good from Byer to jump from his catcher position and glove that one, which could have been a passed up ball, and scored a run for Kearney. Johnson glances at third. Here we go. The 1-2. And slow roller. That's going to get gloved. Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, gloved on the side of on over at Polk at second. Great effort from him to be able to jump and grab it at second and tried to get it to first, but it pulled Robinson off the bag. And because of that, the run's able to get home. Now it's tied, but Keegan Brand, more importantly, is on over at second. So here comes Aiden Poppy. 1 for 3, a single, a bunt, and a ground out. So Nationals now tied 3-3 with Kearney. That one fouled to the netting. So we're now back at a tie ball game with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. It's a tied ball game between Kearney and the Nationals. Polk, again, you just feel for him. It's made such a tremendous athletic play to get to it. Just couldn't make the final throw. As that ball from Johnson is down in the dirt. It almost got away from Byer, but you got to feel for Polk because did such a good job of tracking it down as it almost got into the outfield. He could have made the throw on over to first in time, but pulled Robinson off the bag. And now there's a runner at second with 2 outs here. Johnson with a 1-1 pitch into Poppy. The pitch. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. 1-2 now the count with 2 outs. So Carson Johnson now with a 1-2 count to Poppy. With 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. 3-3 is where the game sits right now. Johnson delivers in the dirt, snips away from Byer, but not far enough to advance the runner who is currently sitting at second base. Johnson still looking for that final out in this inning after giving up the 1 run. 2-2 is the count with 2 outs to Poppy. Check swing, but it gets in there. Strike number 3. Unfortunately, 1 run did come across here in the top of the 7th inning. We now head to the bottom of the 7th inning where the Nationals have the chance to end the game right here, right now, tied 3-3, or we go to extra bases. My good, just, crazy. I don't know. It's been so crazy specifically this last 2 innings, or inning essentially, has been absolutely bonkers. Brocious Blaze Zeiler courtesy running, making his way to second, then Foster balking Zeiler on over to third, and then Carter Kelly driving one to deep center field to bring home Zeiler. And then on top of that, we go to the top of the 7th inning. Carson Johnson into pitch, not Carter Kelly. And he got 2 outs on his name, had a runner at third, and then unfortunately a hit that was driven towards the gap between second and first. Polk was able to track it down, couldn't make the throw as he pulled Ty Robinson off the first base bag, which then allowed the game-tying run to be scored. Though, with this, Nationals now have the opportunity to tie it up. When I say not tie it up, it's already tied, but walk it off, which is always the better option here. To be honest, if we had to take notes, if we had to take some polls here, walking it off is always the better treat, but it'll probably age us all 50 years after this last inning of play. So here we go. Ty Robinson up to bat in the fortified group, bottom of the 7th inning. You can check out Kevin McGann in the fortified group at his new location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Robinson is 0 for 2. He grounded out and struck out looking in his 2 appearances. Knipping is on the mound for Kearney at the moment. The first pitch to Robinson, high and away for ball number 1. I'm not going to lie, I think I've aged a couple years just with how stressful this game has been. The next pitch from Robinson sneaks its way in. Strike number 1 from Knipping. So 1-1. Ryan Knipping on the mound with Robinson looking to secure the victory. The pitch, swing and a miss from Ty Robinson. That one was low in the dirt. So now it's 1-2 to Ty Robinson. He's 0-3. Following Robinson, Cooper Hill and Andrew Brocious. Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss from Robinson, but it gets away from the catcher, and because of that, Robinson's going to reach the base pad. So sweet mother of God, this game just keeps getting wilder and wilder following the wild pitch. Robinson is able, here he comes out, everybody, once again. So, you can't make the storyline up. Blaze Zeiler has only been tagged out once, or caught stealing once. He's stolen basically every base but home base and first. So here he comes on to courtesy run with Cooper Hill at the mound and nobody out. The pitch on over to first. Ooh, man. Whoo, it was a close one. Zeiler wasn't almost ready for that as Knipping threw it all on over to first and almost caught Zeiler, but Zeiler at first, nobody out, Cooper Hill up to bat. Knowing Zeiler, he's going to probably go on this pitch. As time is called at the plate, as Hill needs to step off and refocus in. Whew! It's so crazy, this game. 3 runs on 9 hits and 4 errors for Kearney. 3 runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. The pitch, there he goes. There goes Zeiler. It's a high pitch. They saw it coming. The throw! And he's in time to second. Zeiler steals once again. Second base was feels like that's the fourth time this game that Blaze Zeiler has just stolen second base. It's basically his home at this point, the way he's been getting it. So Cooper Hill, again, no outs here. That's the big benefit of having Zeiler now at second. Nobody out. Nationals have 2 opportunities to advance him home. With Cooper Hill at the plate, he's 0 for 2. A 1-0 count to him, though. Knipping gets ready. He glances at second. And the pitch to Cooper Hill sneaks in for the first strike of the at-bat. 1-1. Now the real question is, will Coach risk it and send Zeiler to third? We all know Coach is very aggressive on the base pad, and with nobody out, you could see it, but Zeiler's going to walk on over as Knipping's going to snap on off the bag. It's still a 1-1 count to Cooper Hill. In the bottom of the 7th, tied ball game, 3 apiece. Knipping glances at second. He's going to throw it on over to second. It's going to get it to the outfield. Is Zeiler going to go? He is going to go. Oh, he's going to get there in time after the throw from the center fielder is pulled off the bag. That was a scary situation. Zeiler didn't recognize where the ball was. He left second base late, but still made it to third with nobody out. And with that, Cooper Hill just needs to drive it into the outfield, and Zeiler with his speed can make it home. Oh my God, I swear I'm going to age 100 years at this point. Like, no joke. That's how crazy this game has been. 1-1 the count. Knipping on the mound. Hill has to take a little breather. He steps back into it. Again, just needs a drive to the outfield. Whew. Next 2 batters following Hill to bring him home. He has 2 outs to work with. Zeiler is basically halfway down third base. I swear to heavens, he's playing with some fire with the way he was running down that third base line when that pitch was in motion. So now it's a 1-2 count to Cooper Hill. Zeiler on over at third. 1-2. That one is just teetering on the outside of the zone. 2-2. Whoo, baby. Again, Cooper Hill just needs to get solid contact, drive it to the outfield, and Zeiler will be able to bring it home for the Nationals. The 2-2 swung on. There goes Zeiler, and it's going to get it for the game winner. Magic once again here at Billwood Field. The Nationals have done it. Holy moly, yet again. Cooper Hill with the crazy. You just can't make this up. You just can't make up how the Nationals were able to secure this game. Get this. On 2 hits. They just won. They gave up 9 hits altogether to Kearney and still won this game 4-3. I can't believe it. Blaze, I have to just giggle at this point because you cannot come to Billwood Field for a home game and expect the Nationals to have a stock standard baseball game. It's always wacky. It's always weird. It always turns into this great fiesta of greatness. And yet again, the Nationals come out up top as they defeat Kearney Runza 4-3. We'll take a break, and when we come back, post-game show right here at FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
And aggressive representation both in and out of the courtroom. Attorneys Robert Lindemeyer, Amanda Spikert, Kent Florum, Shantae Durham, and Kent Turnbull are ready. Having the right experience in court is critical. Call Lindemeyer Law Office at 308-534-6740 or visit flatrocklaw.com.
Hustler Turf commercial mowers are built tough to work hard. Whether you need a fleet of mowers or are a one-man show, you don't have time for downtime. Hustler mowers are over-engineered, overbuilt, and tested well beyond what's required. With the most complete lineup in the industry, including exclusives like a 104-inch Super 104, 88-inch stand-on, and industry-leading warranties. Hustler Mowers are ready to handle what you throw at them. Build your fleet to be reliable and versatile with Hustler Turf. Find your next Hustler at Mike's Motorcycle and ATV Repair, 2220 Prospect Drive, North Platte.
Welcome back to Bill Wood Field. The FNBO Nationals eke out another dramatic victory here at Bill Wood Field. They were never trailing through this game, but when you look at the scoreboard, you would think, how in God's green earth were they not trailing? It's 3 runs, 9 hits, 5 errors on the side of Kearney, 4 runs on 2 hits, 1 error for the Nationals, and they eke out the victory 4-3 in this ball game. You cannot describe no words can describe the craziness through every single inning of how the Nationals were able to, Houdini out this victory. And we talked about how they get down, here at Bill Wood Field, they get down early, they're able to put a comeback in the last 2 innings and eke out a victory. Well, they never trailed in this game, but it felt like many of times they should have been trailing by many. It's just those 5 errors on the side of Kearney being the real difference maker in this game, as Nationals able to just eke out the victory in big part to just the base running of Blaze Zeiler and the aggressiveness from head coach Ricky Holm, as he was just able to get everything he needed not only on the base pad, getting everything he wanted on the base pad, was able to secure most of the victory through his base running aggressiveness. And that's how we do it. Nationals winning at the 4-3. Blaze Zeiler just running home. There's head coach Ricky Holmes. See him now. He's going to go talk to his team. But I've always got to take a break at this moment and take a deep breath and be like, holy crap, how in the world are the Nationals able to eke this one out? Big victory again as they now head to tomorrow. Columbus coming into town for a doubleheader. That game starting at 3 o'clock. You can listen to our pregame starting at 2:50 here on FM 98.1 AM 1410 and live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com. That first game at 3, then the second game of the doubleheader at 5:30 before they head on the road to Cheyenne for the start of their 3-day tournament in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Whew! Nationals winning 4-3. 3 runs, 9 hits, 5 errors for Kearney, compared to the 4 runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Nationals. As I am joined, as always, it's by head coach of the FNBO Nationals. It's Ricky Holm, coach. My God, it's been a hot minute since I've seen you.
Been a while.
And what a crazy game to come back to. We talked about, I believe, a while ago in the Lexington game where there was just a couple innings where you didn't even need a run. You didn't need a hit to get a run home. Same thing happened here today. You had only 2 hits to your name, but just your aggressive base running helped put this team in a position where it forced Kearney to make the play, and they kind of crumbled under the pressure. They gave up 5 errors. I know you're happy about the victory, though. Offense lacking with 2 hits. Overall, how do you feel about this game?
All in all, I would like to learn lessons while we're winning. So with the win, I'm happy about that. All credits to Kearney's pitcher, came out and threw a heck of a game. Obviously, would like to have more than 2 hits with the win, but at least was able to come out there and Coop clutched up there at the end, and situational hitting was a lot better today, so I was happy about that.
Yeah, big victory heading into a doubleheader tomorrow. Again, momentum is really all you needed. Over these last couple of weeks, we haven't been broadcasting. Been a much stronger performance, you would say, at the Omaha tournament. Started off 2-1. Didn't finish the way you wanted it. Finished 1-2, so to go 3-3 overall. Coming into this game, how pumped were you for this team to finally see all of those moments where you've been lecturing come to fruition?
Well, and honestly, that tournament going 3-3, and I think me and most of the guys, if not all the guys, would think that we left a couple of wins on the table there. So at this point, we're not worried about who we're playing because we've proved that we can beat any team that we can play, and we've proved that we can lose to any team we play. So not necessarily worrying about the names on the jersey, the guys on front that we're playing, but more so just handling our business. And if everybody does their job, I like our odds against anybody.
Of course, last home game of the season, any final words to say here? Again, last home game before the start of districts and state. Anything to say to the fans who came out today on a great FNBO night?
Yeah, obviously, love all the fans that come out. It's a good atmosphere. Like to see all the parents, especially all the younger kids, all the future Legion baseball players. I like to see those guys out here just to kind of see, what we do right and also, too, what we do wrong. Just because we're older doesn't mean we play the game perfect, but I think it's good for those guys to kind of be around the yard and kind of see how we go about our business so that when they get here, they won't be too surprised. But obviously, like the friendly confines of Bill Wood, most of our games are on the road, so every time we get a game here, we try to take advantage of it and give the fans a good game. And
it was a good game indeed. Getting the victory 4-3. Coach, again, thank you so much for coming on in. Hey, bringing on up now the winning pitcher himself, Jack Polk. Man, that was quite a game you had there. Probably one of the wackiest you've probably had quite some time. Almost went the whole distance. Coming again, you had an injury over the offseason, so you've been slowly working yourself into the game, so you've been off that pitch limit for a while now. How are you feeling after this game where you threw over 100 pitches?
Yeah, usually I'm good, like right after, but the day or two after it gets pretty rough. So.
Yeah, so and specifically now that you have the doubleheader tomorrow and then the start of the Cheyenne tournament, what are you going to do to make sure that during that time you're not feeling pretty sore or de-energized during those games?
Just icing and just make sure I'm warming up good and getting blood flow to my shoulder and all that.
Get all in there. So there was some stretches during the early part of the game where the bases were loaded. It's quite stressful on that mound, having to deal with that amount of pressure. Well, what did you tell yourself mentally at those moments to make sure that you threw exactly where you needed to be to give your team and specifically your defense a great chance to get those outs?
Yeah, I just try to attack the zone and let my defense work. They're a good defense, so like to get ground balls.
There you go. And hey, and that's how it worked out on that one. Getting the victory 4-3, Jack. Thank you again so much. Hey, again, last home game of the season. Anything you want to say to not just the fans, but also the parents that have come out and supported you guys all season?
Yeah, just thank you to all the parents, and it's a great atmosphere out here. It helps a lot.
There you go. So heading out, Columbus coming in tomorrow and out to the Cheyenne tournament. Hey, Jack, thank you again so much for coming on. Bringing on the last member of the crew here. Woo, baby, here he comes. Cooper Hill. Man, God, Lord, that was a wild game, wasn't it? I have to say, I'm sitting up here and I felt like I aged 50 years. You were on the field itself, and you had to witness it. How crazy was it? Going through the motions of, hey, we're leading, but it just feels it's just on a knife's edge.
Yeah, we were just, we were up by one run the whole game. We'd get up by one, get tied, get another one. We just had to. We do a pretty good job of battling when we get down, and we definitely showed it tonight.
Mm-hmm. And so when most people would kind of, I don't say most people, but you would feel most people when they get in that situation, hey, they're up one run, but then they bring it back, and it's kind of like a back and forth affair, would get kind of almost dejected. How do you keep not just yourself, but the team still motivated to be like, hey, we still got this, even though they keep coming back no matter how many times we keep pounding them into the dirt? How do you keep that motivation up high?
Yeah, that momentum definitely shifts. You just got to come in the dugout with lots of energy, and hopefully those guys feed off of it. Just be loud and try to get in that pitcher's head, and just let our guys go up there and work ABs and get on base.
Hey, and that's really how it worked. Yeah. 2 total hits the whole game. It's a weird one when you think about it, because if you look at the scoreboard, you're like, man, giving up 9 hits on the other side, it must have been a tough outing. But as somebody who's out there with the team, and you can see that the offense just really isn't as fluid as it normally has been, how much more pressure is it for you guys on defense to essentially be perfect at that point, holding on to those 1-run leads?
Yeah, we've got a really solid defense. We make a couple errors. I booted a couple tonight, but just Carter and Carson and Jack and Ty and all those guys, we just do a really good job of keeping our composure. We've all been there. Mm-hmm. We work really well together, and we just know each other's every move, basically.
And so you said you had, of course, not everybody's perfect out there. You had a couple of mistakes. How are you going to go into these next couple of days where you're going to be extra tired, doubleheader tomorrow, and then the start of a tournament? How do you try to keep yourself focused so in those situations you don't make those mistakes, or you learn from them?
One of my biggest deals that I've learned over the years is just controlling my breathing. Just staying calm, slowing down the game. Don't let it speed up on you. because when it speeds up on you, it gets a lot harder than it already is. So, yeah.
Hey, and it's pretty tough out there, not going to lie. What you guys do out there is just tremendous. Unfortunately, though, last home game, well, I lied. Tomorrow's the last home game. I don't know why I say today's the last home game, but tomorrow's the last home game of the season for districts and state play. Anything you want to say to not only the fans who have come out, but also the many family members who have been cheering on this team from minute one?
Yeah, just appreciate all those people. You know, we lost a lot of lost 7 seniors last year. We're all young, and it just it especially helps us young guys when all those fans are out here cheering loud. And yeah, it's just a lot of help when they're behind us.
And you can see specifically on the road just how much of a big help that is. You know, early in the season, the team was still trying to figure its feet out, and the support just behind that team. Yep. No matter how tough the game was or just how much of a blow it was, they're always there for you. And it seems to have helped now in the later portion when you really need to get those wins in. And hey, that's what you love to see. But anyway, Cooper Hill there. Hey, big W. Thank you again so much for coming on in. Good luck tomorrow. Yep. And over the weekend.
Yes.
Of course, we'll see you on the field. Hey, that'll do it here for this part of the post-game show. We'll head to another break. We come back, more action here, FM 98.1. Thank you so much.
Brandon is super pumped about Runza.
Runza is so sweet.
Especially all their desserts.
Oh, those are the sweetest.
Chocolate, vanilla, and twist ice cream cones, 4 flavors of shakes, chocolate chip cookies, and ice cream sandwiches.
Literally sweet.
Aw, I love your enthusiasm.
Well, I love Runza.
So sweet of you. Come satisfy your sweet tooth. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. I'm Farmers Agent Stephen Rhodes. I can help you understand your options so we can prepare for whatever the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. To learn more, call me, Farmers Agent Stephen Rhodes, at 308-534-9050. Find out how I can help you protect the things that matter most.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
At Mid-Plains Community College, we see it. Your drive to make a difference. Chart your own path. Create your own future. Through our diverse applied tech programs, the career you're considering is waiting for you. You can work with your hands, bring an engine to life, be the one people rely on. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see you. We are MPCC.
The game's in the books. Time for the post-game show on FM 98.1 and online at northplatte.post.com.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Bill Woodfield Nationals eking out the victory 4-3. Kearney got 3 runs on 9 hits and 5 errors compared to the 4 runs on 2 hits and 1 error for the Nationals. That's right, the Nationals were able to get the victory, only having 2 hits to their name, which is the real crazy part about this night. Just seeing the Nationals and how aggressive they were on the base paths to keep this team in it. Essentially, when they knew the offense wasn't being produced this game, which, of course, head coach Ricky Holmwood, every game would like to see that offense pick it up a notch. But, hey, eked out the 4-3 victory. We'll take a break, and we come back. Hey, it's time for your Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the Game. So don't turn that dial. More action right around the corner here, FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Your home is the one place where everything should be perfect, including your air. A little preventive maintenance can spot problems before they pop up and might even help lower your utility bills. Don't wait till you're sweating in the summer heat to think about your air conditioning and heating pumps. Call Hanson Plumbing and Heating today to schedule your maintenance checks. It's as easy as picking up the phone to stay cool this summer. Call Hanson's 534-5020. Hanson's Plumbing and Heating of North Platte.
If you're hankering for some really fine dining, check out North 40 Chop House at 520 North Jefferson, North Platte. Dry-aged Nebraska beef, a renowned chef, live lobster tank, curated wine list, craft cocktails, and a warm, comfortable atmosphere make the North 40 Chop House North Platte's premier culinary destination. To make reservations online or view their signature cocktails, wine list, and menu, go to north40.bar. But you'll have to come dine in to enjoy the atmosphere.
Hey, welcome in everybody. It is a final here at Bill Wood Field on the first game of this two-day homestand for the Nationals. Nationals pick up the victory 4-3 over Kearney. 3 runs on 9 hits and 5 errors for Kearney. 4 runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Nationals. Hey, it's time to pick our Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the Game, and that Money Player of the Game is going to go to Blaze Zeiler. He stole, I had to do the math here, he stole, I think, 5 bases, if my stats told me correctly. 4 or 5, and he, because of that, is the real reason this Nationals team was able to keep this game in their side of the court. Basketball pun intended here, but because of that, his base running prowess and really putting the pressure on Kearney, that really forced the team, Kearney per se, into some errors, 5 to their name, and because of that, Nationals pick up the victory 4-3. So with that, he is today's Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the Game, Blaze Zeiler. When money matters, talk to Marshall Doty, Ameriprise Financial Advisor in North Platte, Nebraska, about professional financial services. Ameriprise Financial Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC. That'll do it here for the first day of this two-day homestand. National senior team getting the victory on over, Kearney, 4-3. Nationals junior team falling 11-1 to Kearney, so a 1-1 split between either side. Nationals junior team heads out to Columbus for their doubleheader, starting at 5 and 7:30. Nationals are at home to take on Columbus. Games starting at 3 and 5:30. Our pregame coverage of the senior team starting at 2:50 tomorrow. That'll do it here. We'll see you all tomorrow. More action again tomorrow from here, Bill Wood Field. I'm Paxton Gordon signing you off. See you.